a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high-conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way, so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win.
in your love.
Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way, so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
Let me light you up, I just wanna show Okay. Test 1, test 1, 2.
Three, two. Test.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, Having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real, lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
Let me light you up, I just wanna show
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real, lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3, normally reserved for the top VCs, before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history, and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here.
Mr. Maglino, come hither. We're about to officiate DNA House Tokyo 2025 with our incredible sponsors and partners. We're so honored to be in Japan. Since coming here as a team last year, we fell in love with not only the people of Japan, but the enterprises that are emerging in Japan, from Japan. And we are so privileged to be here today in your presence and look forward to cultivating a bigger tie, a bigger connection as we forge our alliances across the planet and really create equity and evolution through all our verticals together as one people. This is the beauty of decentralization. It really is a unifier. So please come to the front, take a seat. We would like to welcome you. We would like to invite you to witness what we have awaiting you. If you go to the DNA.house website, you'll be able to see the agenda. Also on the Lumas, if you scroll down, the agenda of the day, we have some incredible programming. So please do come. We have an amazing video we're about to play for you just to set the tone, you know, just to, I think energy is so important, and we are living in the age of frequency. Don't you all agree? 0 to 1. Finally, we're here. So please take a seat. I'd like to thank our sponsors, our partners. I'd like to thank Slash and Tokyo-san for all you have done. Rio-san, so many names to name, so many new friends and colleagues and associates. So please come to the front and let us begin our day in recognition of the vision, the quest, and the goal of why we have all come here today. Thank you so much.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
If you're not familiar with DNA, DNA has a few different businesses. We are a merchant bank for crypto companies across the world. We've been involved in crypto for a really long time. So we have a advisory business that helps crypto companies get started, helps them raise capital, helps them get introduced to the markets. We have a platform that's called DNA Deal Desk that people can invest into deals. So you can see different deals that we're working on, and you can invest with us and alongside of us, or into separate companies. And then we have a big market making business. So we make markets in lots of different cryptos across the world on many different exchanges. So we are very active in making markets not only in our own tokens, but tokens for other people as well. And you know, we'll make markets in our own cryptos that we're invested in, but we'll also make markets in Ethereum and Bitcoin and many, many different things. And we have a fund that we've started that allows people to invest alongside of us into our algorithmic trading fund. So we manage a lot of money on into that particular fund. We also have a high yield fund that we have. We have a AI compute fund where we raise money to buy compute that we put into the ecosystem. We have a venture fund that makes investments into different companies in the ecosystem. So we're very active in making investments into the crypto space. We've been doing it for a long time. We were early investors in lots of different exchanges. We were in Coinbase, Kraken, EOS was one that we invested in a long time ago, but many other deals since then. And you know the venture game. Some work very well, some don't work so well, but we've had a lot that have worked well for us. We have a big AI compute business as well, where we are investing into lots of H200s all over the world and putting those mostly into the BitTensor ecosystem. We have some BitTensor research that we've done, and the guys are here. If you guys want to learn about BitTensor, there's going to be a talk today about BitTensor and the ecosystem there. And then DNA is working on a lot of DATs. So if you are familiar what's happening in the capital markets in the United States, we're raising lots of money for putting different cryptos into public companies. So we're working on a number of those right now. We have one that's launching in around a week from now that'll raise somewhere around $400 million for a particular token. And so we're doing a number of these different DATs, which seems to be an amazing liquidity opportunity for crypto companies and foundations to do. So that's a big part of our business. And then we throw these kind of events all over the world. This is our first one in Japan, so we welcome you here. But typically we'll have these, we leave here, we'll go to Korea, we go to Singapore, and then we go to Buenos Aires, then we go to Abu Dhabi. So we do these all over the world in order to meet people and establish relationships with investors, with projects, with different players in the ecosystem. So we welcome meeting you. We'd love to hear about what you're working on and see how it might fit with what we're doing, to see if there's a way that we could collaborate with one another. So thank you to Chandani and the team for all your hard work in putting this together. Thanks for our team for helping bring in these amazing partners to help put on the event. But I'd love to meet and talk to every one of you throughout the next day. So we're just here for a day today. Usually we're here for a couple of days, but so thank you, Chandani. I'll turn it back over to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Maglino. We are actually going to be seating people for lunch now. So if you do have an RSVP that's been approved, you can make your way outside of these doors to the left, and there'll be somebody that will check you in for our lunch. So again, if you have an RSVP that's been approved for lunch, please head that way out the doors to the left, and you will be directed to lunch. Everybody else, please take time, stay. Our house is your house. Make new connections, talk to people, get to know each other. We are the ones that are setting the stage for the new iteration of the world. We are the architects of change. We're not here aimlessly. We're not here just for the bottom line. That was done last century. We're here intentionally, and we're here to really transform the planet as we transform ourselves. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo 2025. Arigato.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
your touch, let me show you devotion. Let me light you up, I just wanna show you the dance of my love. Let me enter your ocean. Drown me in your love.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way, so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3, normally reserved for the top VCs, before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history, and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here, every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way, so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way, so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3, normally reserved for the top VCs, before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history, and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high-conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way, so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3, normally reserved for the top VCs, before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win.
Are we in your love?
Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection, led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way, so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real, lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
Touch, let me show you devotion. Let me light you up. I just wanna show
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
touch, let me show you devotion. Let me light you up, I just wanna show you the dance of my love. Enter your ocean. Are we in
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way, so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3, normally reserved for the top VCs, before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history, and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection, led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
touch, let me show you devotion. Let me light you up, I just wanna show you the depths of my love. Let me enter your ocean. Drown me in your love.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way, so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3, normally reserved for the top VCs, before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history, and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
Hi everyone, how you doing? First of all, thank you very much for coming and making this event. My name is Lou. I'm with the Solana Foundation, so I look after Asia for the foundation. Most of the stuff I do is really business development, partnerships, and regulatory stuff. I think as everyone knows, things are becoming more and more institutionalized these days, so apologies for wearing the suit. With that said, I think we have a fantastic panel today. It is called the Solana, the fast lane on Solana, deep in the on-chain economy. I think to get started, we'd love to kind of have maybe Mike, you can kick off and make an introduction, and we'll just go from my right to your left.
First, I'd like to ask a quick question. Out of the audience here, how familiar are we with Solana, I guess, in the first place? So then we can, yeah, okay. Because, you know, this isn't necessarily like a Solana thing, right? So, okay, cool. I'm Mike. I recently joined Jupiter and head Japan stuff. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Jupiter is one of the largest kind of DeFi protocols on the Solana blockchain. It's kind of started off as a very simple swap mechanism, but now it's like doing way too much, way too quickly, which is a good thing. So yeah, that's Jupiter.
Hello everyone, my name is Raya from Citadel. I'm from South Korea. So Citadel is all about a little different level of the lending protocol that helps projects to raise money without diluting their tokens, using their tokens as a collateral to lend stable coins. But long story short, we are the missing part of the DeFi network on Solana. So yeah, we are launching testnet next month. We are launching mainnet after next month. So exciting time.
Awesome. Hi everybody. My name is Peter. I'm part of the Zeus network team. So I've been in the space since 2020. I think some of you guys are familiar with Solana, and since then and now, Solana has evolved into a completely different ecosystem. So for Zeus Network, we started building Bitcoin applications on Solana, and we're specializing Bitcoin and Bitcoin yield on Solana. So we've been working alongside many DeFi protocols and alongside with Solana Foundation to push forward that on-chain economy. So in the discussion, I'm happy to share a little bit more of that. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. In these events, I always try to keep it very casual and try to, candidly, I'm a little bit selfish. I'll try to ask questions that I'm curious about. So hopefully the audience will be okay with that. I think maybe just starting at a high level, given all the changes from the regulatory perspective and kind of the focus on stablecoin, tokenized assets in kind of the mainstream media, I'd love to kind of hear from each of you individually, especially kind of the verticals that you're in. Like, what has been some of the biggest changes you've seen, whether it's tailwinds or headwinds, in the last 6 months? And how has that kind of changed your team's strategy, if at all? Yeah, please.
So I'll answer that very specifically to Japan. Japan is a very interesting crypto market. Let's see, so as a DEX, decentralized exchange aggregator, Jupiter's in a very awkward position, to be honest. We are not necessarily super illegal, but we are also not a licensed virtual currency exchange operator. So we are not super legal as well, in the sense that we can exist. Japanese users can use our products, but we cannot officially try to do user acquisition, right? And so my job here in Japan is a bit interesting. Out of Jupiter, there are kind of two co-founders, and then there's a very visual or vocal guy who's kind of like the COO. His name is Cash. And there's Cash and Meow. And Meow is one of the co-founders, and he's kind of like the sort of like the Steve Jobs visionary, right? And he has this thesis called Web 4, right? What comes after Web 3? And very simply put, the idea is that, like, just a review of Web 3, right? Read, write, own. You can now own a piece of the internet, essentially. But especially with Solana, the technology and the users and all this momentum has created a bunch of meme coins, right? And we think, it's very easy to dismiss meme coins as, like, oh, that's so stupid, Fartcoin is so stupid or whatever. But it's actually like the primordial soup. It's the beginning for what Meow sees as his vision for Web 4, which is that, like, anyone can create money. It doesn't mean that everyone's money is going to be valuable, but we actually have the technology that anyone can do it now. And so, for example, you might have seen that Kanye West recently launched a coin, Yeezy Coin, and yes, it kind of, there was some unfortunate, like, maybe rumors about insider stuff or whatever, and it did this, but it's doing this, and this is, roughly, I don't know what it is right now, but it was like $800 million worth of value, right? And so what that means is, when you have an idea and a culture and kind of human instincts and humanism, now you can actually apply value to it, right? And so that's kind of the idea of tokenization. Now, going back to your question on regulation, right? All of this is probably not going to be realized in Japan too soon. So it'll be interesting to see how Japan catches up to the true DeFi and decentralized economy. Stablecoins, SBI, a very big fintech company here, and then there's JPYC. So we've had two very large announcements for stablecoins in Japan, which will be very exciting. Again, just literally the first step for hopefully something interesting for the next few years.
Yeah, I'll say it in the Solana perspective, I guess. So, because I've been in Solana ecosystem for like 4 years. Maybe it's not too long for just career perspective, but 4 years like eternity in a blockchain world. So I've been there for a while, and then before this last 6 months, it was more about unicorn and rainbow. It's more about Vuzi Fugazi. It's like a lot of mid-curve discussion that goes around like metaverse and something that you don't see it in reality, but you just think that there's a like great future of it. I'm not saying metaverse is wrong or anything, but at the moment, when the industry turns into a little more tradified, payfi, DeFi, little more capable applications like RWA and stuff, I think that's when the crypto in general had a turning point into the real world matter assets. So I believe that the changes so far that we have seen for the last 6 months is incredible. I love it so much because now it really matters for the world. DAT and everything that pops up in the mainstream media, like the Fox News is talking about crypto, and the Trump is talking about like Bitcoin presence and whatnot. Might sound like stupid here and there, but overall, I think that this is a great changes, in the whole, because now we are talking about real revenue-making businesses. Now we are talking about real-world, impactful businesses from here. That's where the real-world adoption is happening, and we are just glad that we are here around. And in our protocol, we also had a little bit of a pivot here and there related with the USD stablecoin asset adoption type of the aspect. But long story short, I love it, can't complain. It feels like the vision that we had like 4 years ago are now, happening in real world. So I'm glad.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. I think I will touch on the Bitcoin progress specifically on Solana. In the past 6 months to a year, I think we have seen tremendous progress about the Bitcoin liquidity and integration happening on Solana. About a year ago, we envisioned there will be more tokenized Bitcoin on Solana. And I think in the past 6 months, we definitely see there are more companies issuing tokenized Bitcoin on Solana. When we first started, WBTC was one of the strongest pair and the only pair. And throughout the years, we see Coinbase BTC launching on Solana. We have our own ZBTC, and now there's XBTC, and there's much more Bitcoins coming onto Solana. And to me, I think it's an interesting shift because many of the people have first maybe known about Solana because of main coin. But I think Solana is definitely beyond that. The infrastructure, the technology is definitely ready to onboard the next generation of users. And besides that, we're seeing more stablecoin issuers happening on Solana. There's real use cases, PayFi, for example, I just mentioned. And now there's even X stocks trading on Solana. So there's definitely a lot of different assets that's being traded on Solana, and with the upgraded infrastructure, it is proven that Solana downtime has been 0 so far. Being able to handle that kind of usage and activity is something that we're very, very, very excited for the ecosystem, because with the technical advantage of Solana versus Ethereum, there's definitely a lot of potential still. I think where we are right now, Solana is still growing, and in the future, hopefully, I think we'll be able to capture more of that TVL and activity from other ecosystems like Ethereum.
Thanks for that. And so, I'm happy to set the stage a little bit and kind of step out of my role as a moderator. Our North Star at Solana Foundation, and hopefully within the whole ecosystem, is what we call internet capital markets. So, excuse me. The way that we see the world is that we believe that there needs to be one ecosystem where both money, assets, and other use cases all thrive in one place. When you start to fracture different use cases, whether you call yourself a specific payments chain, or you call yourself a specific assets chain or a gaming chain, what happens, you're really fragmenting liquidity. And the beauty of kind of blockchain technology is the ability for assets and for money to move, right? So here's there's always 2 legs within a trade. There's the money leg and then the assets leg. It's called DVP. And on Solana today, in the last year, in terms of stablecoin transactions, we've processed about $10 trillion US. $10 trillion US. There's no other chain that can really compete on that side, maybe outside of Tron. Number 2, in terms of the assets, we are already working with pretty much every single asset manager that's over $1 trillion. So the amount of assets that's actually plugged in terms of enabled within Solana ecosystem is already there. So we have the money, we have the assets, but what we need right now is to support teams like these to kind of match the other side, which is to help pull those assets into the DeFi ecosystem. And so that's kind of how we see the world today, and kind of how everything kind of works together. So it can be the trading platform, the execution platform, the launchpad. It can be borrow lend, credits, X stocks, and BTC as well. We see a world where the assets are actually a spectrum. So on the left-hand side, kind of as Mike mentioned, those are kind of the fun and play meme coins. And then on the right-hand side, you have literally money market funds coming from BlackRock. But our vision is that all of those assets should be in one ecosystem, and everything that can be financialized will be, but doesn't mean that they will all stay relevant for the long term, right? Okay, so that's kind of how we see it. So I'm very, very excited to be able to share similar visions as well. So maybe the next question I'll have is, so in terms of the next steps, so kind of where you guys are today, whether in Japan or in Korea or just kind of globally with kind of the BTC narrative, what are some upcoming features? What are some upcoming things that you guys are prioritizing?
I'll answer that question 2 ways. One is just specific to Jupiter, and then one is kind of maybe my role specific to Japan. With Jupiter, it first started aggregating liquidity on Solana. And now Jupiter is really kind of going up and down the stack, creating tools for market makers. Recently launched JuPlend, short-term money markets, mobile apps, token creation, and then Jupiter recently acquired Drip House, which is an NFT platform. So just like Lou was saying, all sorts of assets on Solana, right? And it's all about kind of pools of liquidity. And so I don't know if I should say this out loud, but like we should try to siphon as much liquidity from traditional equity markets on chain, because it's so much more efficient, right? Why do we still buy T-bills and traditional financial instruments using these old rails? They should just all be on Solana, be much faster, much more efficient. And there's this other vision in Jupiter called GUM, which is Giant Unified Markets. Imagine if you can trade some profits from a barrel of oil into some fart coin, into some 3x leveraged ETF, into like 1/4 of a gold bar, right? Yeah, you could do that right now with TradFi, but you're gonna have to use so many different kind of markets and technologies and stuff, but that can all be done on Solana eventually. So that's kind of, I think, where Jupiter's going, which is kind of aggregate everything, so that'll be really exciting. Number two, specific to Japan, like I mentioned previously, regulation so far has kind of sort of made the on-chain economy in Japan a little bit smaller than we'd like it to. I'd like to remind everyone that Japan is the third largest economy in the world, third largest GDP. The Tokyo Stock Exchange is, I think, like 4th or 5th after the US and China. So there's so much potential here. And stablecoins will help accelerate the on-chain economy. And then RWAs are a fairly hot topic within the Japanese crypto community. But you look around, you guys, there's so much concrete everywhere, right? It's a concrete jungle, beautiful buildings and architecture. Imagine if you could own 1/5000th of Roppongi Hills, right? And you can own a little bit of that and then trade it for something on Solana. So hopefully, for me, I'd like to kind of work with a lot of TradFi folks in Japan, fintech companies, and try to help accelerate their kind of progress getting on-chain. So that's my answer.
Yep. So in the past, our company has been working on the very DeFi staking-based gaming and etc. So it was a little less about DeFi, a little more about the Web3 degens directly contacting with those areas and that kind of area. Right now, we are, as a founder who has been here for more than 3 years, there are some problems that we see from the projects. So when projects need money, unfortunately, they are going for OTC deals. I'm saying this is so unfortunate because there are so many discounts happening there. So like 50% discounts with a 3-month vesting, that is going to be direct dump on the retails in after 3 months, which is not really beautiful thing to see. So I think I'm not blaming the projects, but in the future, in the better future, I think those OTC deals needs to go like let's say 10%, 5% type of the discounted deal, just like TradFi. TradFi, there is obviously OTC deals, but discount ratio is much smaller. The reason why that is happening is because there is no other option, and we would love to become a part of the movement that actually improve that lending market for the projects that utilize their equity, aka tokens, to be liquidized into the USD, and then let them use it. Because like a lot of idle treasuries are out there already, and then because of the DAT, it's actually growing. And unfortunately, there are not a lot of places, not a lot of ways that you can make it into something that you can utilize it right off. That's just missing space, and then also the bond market. It is essentially what we are trying to do is a corporate bond market on DeFi, and unfortunately there is none. So that's why we think that we are building something right for the right timing in the right position. As I said, 2 months left for the mainnet. So I'm excited about that too. A little bit about the Korean market. Korean market is also moving very fast in terms of the stable coins. But I'm pretty sure it's going to still take another year or two because of a lot of conflicts between the politicians and regulatory businesses. But we are talking with the Kaya chain and everybody that is relevant with that movement, and then try to see where we can fit as a DeFi protocol. But yeah.
Awesome. We believe Bitcoin will be utilized better on Solana. So we took a look at the evolution of Bitcoin. It's been a buy and hold asset for the longest time. And in the recent years, we're starting to see more DeFi happening with Bitcoin. And for us, we've been building Bitcoin infrastructure on Solana. And I think our vision and our goal is to make sure that Bitcoin can be utilized better on Solana in a permissionless and a secure manner. So that's what we have been doing. And in the past 6 months, we have successfully bring over 320 Bitcoin through a permissionless manner. There's no KYC, KYB, just like how Bitcoin should be. Bitcoin should be free, self-custody, and it's a true ownership of digital asset. So when we're taking a look at Bitcoin, I think there's huge potential for Bitcoin to grow the Bitcoin economy on Solana just because of the capital efficiency. I think at this point, it's not about how much TVL you have, it's about how utilized, how efficient the asset is on chain. And this is what we're seeing on Solana. I think there's a lot of projects are looking to generate yield on the Bitcoin, but the yield that we're seeing on Solana is actually from the user, so it's sustainable yield and not just inflated token that's giving out as emission. So these are the things that we've been observing, and I think where we are right now in terms of Bitcoin on Solana is still quite in an early stage in comparison to other more established ecosystems. But again, I think there's more companies that are seeing the potential here and are onboarding their Bitcoin onto Solana. And we see other listed companies acquiring more Bitcoins. And I think now they are acquiring more Bitcoins, but the next stage we think is that they're going to start thinking how can they generate more with their Bitcoin holdings. So I think for our job right now is we're setting up the infrastructure to be prepared for that moment when it happens. All these people, holders, or companies holding Bitcoin in their balance sheet, if they're looking to generate yield on their Bitcoin, Solana is one of the most efficient blockchain in the space right now, and the yield is generated from real users, from transaction volumes, from real borrow lending protocols, and these are the things that we see there's huge potential.
Awesome. I think our time is up, so I want to say thank you to all the panelists, and really appreciated this conversation. I've learned a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
Touch, let me show you devotion. Let me light you up. I just wanna show
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win. Have you ever wished you could get access to the top deals in crypto and Web3 normally reserved for the top VCs before they even hit the market? Well, now you can. DNA has made this possible for our investment community. This is the DNA Deal Desk, a private portal for early access to DNA deals, curated by a team that helped invent the building blocks of Web3. Our founders have done it all, from co-creating Tether to launching the largest ICO in history and many other firsts. These projects are handpicked as potential winners with huge upside. These are the deals that have real multiple potential before they are even on the market. You get structured materials, verified traction, and up-to-date information from the team. We connect you to high conviction, aligned opportunities before the rest of the market even sees them. Request access at dnadealdesk.com because better capital deserves better deal flow.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
So honored to be here with you today. Our panel is about Web3 payments. Web3 payments are fascinating because this is one of the few promising areas for mass adoption. But before we dive in, I'm Jose from Cointelegraph Japan, and I'll be moderating this panel for the next 30 minutes. But let's go direct into the introduction of our panelists today. From Tokyo-san from Slash, Mai-san from IntMax, and Toby Gilbert from Pact Labs. And thank you for joining so abruptly.
Thank you for having us.
All right. So if you can talk
each of you can tell us about what you do, who you serve, and how you're trying to bring Web3 payments to our world. Maybe starting from Tokyo-san.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Tokyo. I'm Scoo. I'm the CEO of Slash Vision Labs. We are we're a project building Japan's first crypto card. So those of you outside of Japan, you're probably aware of Crypto.com, Cast, and Tevao, and all these great cards that are out there that enable you to spend your stable coins and other crypto assets as you would with your normal fiat credit card. But in Japan, that was very difficult. But we are working with Japanese regulators, JFSA. We're working with licensed entities like Orico to bring that utility and bring that flexibility to the Japanese residents. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, thank you for having me today. I'm Mai Fujimoto, co-founder of Intermax and also co-founder of Japan Blockchain Week. And Intermax is we can say like Ethereum layer 2, but very specialized on payment. And now blockchain have a problem. If it's congest, gas fee will increase, right? But our protocol, we can provide constantly near zero gas fee, like a 0.5 cents gas fee, and with privacy. This is our strength. And we are targeting mainly now Nigeria, African market, and LATAM, because they really care about the fee. And that's why these are the really good market for us. And also now we talk about AI and the robotics a lot. And I believe that only for them, like AI and robotics, the crypto is of course best payment solution. And we also like into this like AI area as a payment service as well. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mai-san. And Toby, please.
Thank you for having me. Toby Gilbert, co-founder of PackSwap Labs. We are a brand new cross-chain DEX, coining ourselves the Uniswap killer. And we trade at a 95% discount to cross-chain DEXs that support native BTC, such as TorChain, Chainflip, and Maya Protocol, up to a 45% discount to Uniswap single-chain DEXs, and with comparable pricing to centralized exchanges for a newbie retail customer. I'm also the founder of OnRamp, which is a licensed payment company all around the world. We've done over $1 billion worth of transactions. So today I'm going to try and bring to bear both not only the decentralized world, but also bring some light on the regulated space as well.
Thank you, Toby. Where are you from?
Originally from London, but living in Bangkok, Thailand.
I see. All right, thank you for joining us. So we're going to move on to the general question, which is, why are Web3 payments considered the gateway to mass adoption? Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's simple answer. So make a payment is we are doing every single day. And yeah, right. And then now, so after COVID, many people working online, and of course it's huge demand. And as I said, I traveled to Nigeria, and last year I spent there 3 months, and so I was surprised, like because Nigerian people using English is a native language, and that's why they can get the. They have a great opportunity working for global, and they receive the, how can I say, money, for example, remittance is 20.5 billion so a year. So that means so they are using the remittance payment so often, and for them, crypto is the best option, right? And this kind of emergency market, I think this is also very fit crypto payment. I mean, there are huge demand.
Right. So Africa's economy is growing, will keep growing. The population is booming compared to Asia, where populations are aging.
Yeah, and the average age is 19 years old. Japan is 40, right? 90 years old, very young generation, and they are familiar with crypto and new technology. Yeah.
That's where Intermax is focused at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
I see. Any comments to that?
Payments are the gateway that determine how big crypto is going to be. So what we've seen over the past 10 years from regulators is people handing out licenses, be it a VASP license, be it an EMI that enables crypto, and then there's a disjoint with banks and payment companies whereby they throttle the ability of fiat money to come in or out of crypto, and then that determines the market cap of the space. So now what we're beginning to see, as that opens up, the ready available flow of fiat coming in and out of crypto, then you're seeing the market cap go up. So effectively, payments are the gateway that determine the success or failure of our space.
Maybe I'm digressing, but the passing of the Genius Act in the US, the stablecoins, would this help in terms of bringing payments to Web3?
There is a disjoint between regulation and the support of the banking sector, because the banking sector, whilst yes, it absolutely supports it, they still view payments for crypto as high risk. And that goes a little bit further. For example, the merchant category code, the MCC, which is the credit card processing code for crypto, which is 6051, is deemed to be high risk. As a result of it being high risk, the credit card acquiring banks give you longer settlement terms. So if you're MoonPay and you have to have liquidity within MoonPay to settle, so just in layman terms, what that means is you come to MoonPay, you make a purchase of BTC, MoonPay settle the BTC, but they're waiting T+3 to receive the cash in to go back to whoever their liquidity provider is, Binance, Coinbase, anyone like this, to replenish their stock. MoonPay is therefore limited on how much they can trade by how much liquidity they hold, and then that's being determined by their settlement terms, which in turn is being determined by how high risk the MID is. So with the Genius Act coming in, they can then begin to decrease the risk profile, the settlement terms become shorter, the liquidity increases.
Thanks, Toby, for the fuller explanation. Is there a Web3 payment angle to DEX you're building? Because DEX is usually only used by, the crypto fanatics.
I mean, this is a conversation you and I are going to have today, by the way. Okay, so the DEX is in the decentralized world, but then it's fully composable. So anyone, including us, at on-ramp can then build on top of it. You can then enable the DEX to take credit card processing, local bank-to-bank transfers, taking your cards as an off-ramp, but at that point they would have to go through a KYC wall. So they go through the KYC wall, they can do on and off-ramping, but then they're in the decentralized space at that point in time.
So composable DEX.
Correct.
I see. Let's give Tokyo a chance to speak on this issue as well. Why is it the game?
Sure. Maybe I can share some insight specifically in Japan and sort of tie into what we're trying to do. So we see being able to use your crypto assets, whether it's stable coins, altcoins, or whatever, as a form of payment for your day-to-day purchases, whatever it may be, is key to really understand that stable coins are equal to, if not better than, fiat. Right? In Japan, I feel like people are still unaware and unsure about how to calculate the value of the digital assets that they have, because it's not as liquid, it's not as spendable as compared to some places like Nigeria, where everyone's willing to accept USDT or USDC. In Japan, if I go to a coffee shop and say, can I pay you in USDC, they will look at me and kick me out of the store probably, and they say cash only, right? So what we're trying to do with the card, just like how it happened with crypto.com, is to provide the retail audience, the new crypto audience or the potential audience in Japan that haven't touched crypto, access to a tangible point of contact with digital assets. It's easy to understand that they've been used to for the last 10 years, so that they start to learn about it by touching it, by transacting on it on a day-to-day. We don't think the card is the end game at all. I mean, I think credit cards and having a middleman goes against everything Web3 and crypto stands for, but we do think it's a necessary step to really increase adoption in Japan, where notably the adoption rate is like super, super low compared to places like the States, Africa. It's still at what, 6%, 7%? So I think we want to be this is a catalyst. We want to be what crypto.com was able to do back in 2019, and just replicate some of that, and start there, be a reason for people to start off their crypto career. And I think payment is just an easy to understand day-to-day communication that happens. So I think that's why it's a start, right? That's the key that kind of unlocks the waterfall that could happen.
Thank you. I thought the crypto card that you're trying to release is fascinating ways to entice users into look at Web3 payments. But how do you compete with existing payments systems like credit cards and regular cards, as opposed to, and then you may need lots of ad spend to sort of push through. What is your strategy?
Yeah, it's a great question, because I think right now how it stands, it's the crypto payments, crypto cards are inefficient compared to fiat cards. One, we just have to start with it's going to get cheaper, right? Crypto remittances, stablecoin reserve, stablecoin yield creates us new opportunities for us as card issuers to create money outside from just transaction volume or the percentage of the transaction, right? Even if we have 3 days worth of reserves that we can put into a DEX or DeFi yield protocol to create yield, we can then offset some of that transaction percentage margin that we have to take from the user by moving this revenue onto this side, right? As the what do you call it? Corporate communication, so that us paying our BIN sponsor and the BIN sponsor paying Visa gets more and more efficient, and once they start to accept stable coins, then the margins will become near zero, and we'll be able to even give cashback incentives, rewards that they weren't able to see with your Rakuten card or MX card. So we're not there yet, I think, but we are getting there. We are speaking with the right partners to really to be able to do that.
Can I just add to that really quickly?
Yeah.
It's really, you might find this interesting or not, but my mother's 80 years old, and she gave me a call day before yesterday, and she said, I need to buy crypto. I said, oh no, here we go. And she said, how do I do it? And what shall I buy? I've seen these influencers, and they told me I'm going to become rich. I said, no, stop right there. But if you have a real world product like what you have, and you can explain, you can simply top a wallet up that looks like an HSBC app with Tether, and then that credit card spends on the Tether, that's a great education product and tool to start converting, like from traditional people, because they can wrap their heads around it. They're never going to wrap their head around a DEX where you have to connect a wallet. So that's super exciting.
Yeah, so that's exactly what we're going for. And then once you touch stable coins, it's like, oh, you can earn 10% yield. So it just happens one step at a time, I think.
Great. So cards are a great way for mass adoption. But let's go back to the software layer, the protocol layer that MySign is building and you're building on the DEX level. From infrastructure, user experience, and inclusion. Sorry, ignore the inclusion because the person is not here. What's the most critical step for adoption? What's important for you to make your DEX more popular amongst ordinary people? What is most important? What's the most critical step for adoption for you? Mai-san, would you like to say?
Yes. So my answer will be very like an infrastructure, like a person. But yeah, I think the very low gas fee, like a fee, is really important. We can say UX very important because blockchain should be acceptable for everyone, right? And I travel many countries, and there are some people saying that we cannot use crypto because it's really expensive. And the first time I heard about that, I was quite shocked because I believe and I involved in this industry for a long time because I believe crypto will be the global payment for acceptable everyone. But some people cannot use it. So that's why as an infrastructure project, I think the low gas fee is really important aspect.
Thank you. How about you, Toby?
Blockchain developers are really niche. You have to literally drag them out of a basement and explain to them that this isn't some niche technology that has to be protected and used by the few. We have to take and meld together blockchain development with people that understand proper UI and UX, and ultimately this ends up in product. And the more it can look like traditional technology, fintech products all day long, the faster that adoption wave's going to hit. The more niche it is, that's a barrier to entry for adoption, and we've got to get over that.
Toby, which chain are you on in terms of your DEX?
We have 10 chains at the moment, so we've got Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, Arbitrum, Ethereum. We have BNB, we have Multiverse X, Doge, Solana, Tom, and Base being added shortly.
And it's being built by engineers in a very distributed way, so that the engineers spread across globally.
The engineers are mainly based in Belarus and Ukraine, which has been a challenge, as you can imagine. They're pretty much at war together. We then have more distributed engineers, Sweden, Spain, have one in Argentina that I'm going to kidnap shortly.
And is that the perpetual DEX or a regular?
No, it's order book at the moment. It's spot at the moment.
All right, thank you for sharing that. I guess we move on. I'm just conscious of the time. We have about 10 more minutes, so we try to delve into each specific project. Maybe coming back to Tokyo-san. How does Slash improve on existing card or QR systems in Japan and Asia? We did talk a little bit about
Yeah, we touched on it a little bit, but I think we're making something that wasn't available happen. So we're tackling the constant problem that we have over the last 5 years of not being able to spend your crypto as freely in Japan. So that's we're solving that problem. Now, if we compare ourselves to existing QR code and existing card products, we're just trying to replicate what that they can do just with crypto at the moment. And once we get there, I think how we improve is by trickling down all of the monetary benefits that we get from dealing with stablecoins onto the users themselves, right? Or the merchants. There are so many hidden fees in credit card payments and QR code payments that us as users don't see every day, right? Like merchants are paying 3% on every credit card fees, and thus all the goods and services that they provide, they have that 3% already baked into the services, right? But if we are able to just do stable to stable and remove that 3% down to 0. whatever percent, we can offset that and create rewards, incentives, cashbacks for the users to spend stables instead of fiat themselves. So I think that's how we can improve the existing sort of I wouldn't say user experience, but just monetary benefit. Just trickle that down to the user, and we can still make money. So I think and then by doing that, we remove all the inefficiencies of the middleman, and have them compete to make transfers and transactions cheaper and cheaper, more efficient.
Mainly through providing monetary benefit.
Yeah, I mean, also like great UX, like you said, product, and I think the fact that it's the distinction between fiat and stables, I think really has to disappear and it has to be abstracted away. But once that's done, how do we drive users to use stables instead of fiat? I think it just has to be incentivized by monetary benefits.
Right. All right. Thank you. I want to move on to my son's question. So for IntMax, how does zero knowledge proof, ZK technology, improve payment experiences?
Yeah, exactly. So we are using GKP technology, but very unique. So we are using stateless architecture. That means that we put only 0.08 byte data on chain. So usually blockchain puts more than 100 byte on chain. So I don't want to deep into the tech side, but so let's say that's why we can provide constantly near zero gas fee. Also, we can provide privacy, and I think privacy is really important for the payment because for me it's fine. I'm open for everyone because I'm really crypto people, but for my general friends. So they are saying that not comfortable because everyone know how much I have. It's really dangerous. Then yeah, that's true, right? Yeah, and sometimes there are many bad accidents happen, like a kidnap or something, and that's why I think the next generation, of course, privacy is important. So we can provide. Privacy and scalability at the same time. Yeah.
Thank you. It's fascinating. Is that the only or main differentiating factor of IntMax from other L2 solutions?
Yes, we can say really focus on payment. Of course, we have trade-off, right? And we have the very, very special, good for payment, but we don't have EVM. And this is the difference between the another layer 2 and us. And also, I think there are not so many projects have privacy and scalability at the same time. So this is the difference from another layer 2.
So really focused on payments.
Yeah.
Especially in the regions like Africa and Latin.
Yeah. For now, yes, and we will move to the AI area. Yeah, as well.
Can you talk a little bit about that? I think that's fascinating.
Because as I said at the beginning, I believe that AI and the robot will communicate each other. And in this case, of course, crypto is the best. And of course, so they will communicate with really a micro payment. So in this case, they cannot worry about the gas fee, right? That's why really tiny gas fee is really important for them. Yeah.
It's a really innovative idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Toby, I don't have prepared questions for you. What is the current, as a businessman, I usually ask what is the current volume, how many users do you have, how you're trying to acquire users. That's usually what I ask to exchanges and exits.
Well, PackSwap is just launching now. So we're expecting in the next 4 months between $3 and $10 million a day worth of trade. But bearing in mind, Tor Chain, Chainflip and Maya Protocol do between $250 million a day. We're up to 95% cheaper than them. In Uniswap, you're between $3 and $6 billion a day. We're 45% cheaper than them. And then the centralized exchanges are doing in the hundreds of millions of dollars a day. but you have all the overhead vis-a-vis KYC, AML, stuck funds, travel rules, MiCA. We mitigate all of that, and we're trading at the same price. So really, the sky is the limit in terms of trading volumes. On ramp, we have over 1 million users, and we've done well in excess of $1 billion worth of processing in the past few years.
Where do these users of DEX come from in terms of geographical spread?
So we are 85% Canada. We were 10% Japan, and I would say the balance is ROW, rest of the world, but mainly focus Europe.
Canada is interesting. Is that where you're registered or marketing?
Yeah, we have partners in Canada, affiliate partners that drive the traffic, but we have licenses, 3 licenses in Europe, 1 in Canada, have a full financial in Hong Kong in the next few weeks as well.
I see. Is there a privacy preserving feature in your DEX so people don't know what you're trading?
It's effectively peer-to-peer, so yes, there's privacy, but you're exposing the wallets at the same time. So, like you are on most DEXs. They're fully on-chain transactions.
All right, I see. Thank you. We have about maybe 3 minutes, just wrapping up. Maybe something about Japan. You're here in Japan is the first time?
No, I was here in February. I was here for Valentine's.
Yeah.
And I had a date with a 5-foot blonde 9-year-old who's my daughter. She found it very exciting. I found it less exciting. Yeah, no, that was my first time in Tokyo.
What is your hope for WebX, this trip? What are you trying to get out of it?
I think that Japan is quite, it's an insular market that is very, very strong. It's a very local market, as is Korea to a certain extent. And I think building bridges between DNA obviously being US-centric, but now rolling out across the world, building those bridges and those connections with local actors, and crossing into the States now, which is very important because they're driving, a huge amount of change in bringing crypto out into the open. I think this is the right time, and it's very important to create those connections.
I hope you're okay with the heat. It's horrendous.
I just landed from Delhi.
That's fine. Maybe lastly to my son. You've been away from Japan for a long time. You've been, working in Switzerland, building in Switzerland. How do you feel to be back in Japan, and what trying to achieve through this WebX this time?
Yes. So recently, for example, the JPYC finalized, accepted. And as you know, Japan is a little bit slow, especially for the government or regulation side. But so slowly but surely we are proceeding, right? And so this last year, I was not so excited, but this year I feel like, Japanese market will come back soon. I really feel like that. Yes.
Great. What is your favorite food you're missing in Switzerland?
Favorite food, really? Yeah, so I am eating sushi every day because in Switzerland I cannot eat sushi at all. So here I'm eating every day sushi.
Please enjoy. How about Tokyo-san? What are you trying to get out of this side event and also WebX?
I mean, we've been going to WebX for the last 3 years, and this year is finally the year where we can kind of release and advertise a project that we're doing. We're finally launching the card in end of October this year. So now what we're looking to do is to market ourselves and talk to the right banking partners, investors, to just make sure we can all get on board and increase crypto adoption in Japan together. Over the last 2 weeks, or even just a week after the JPYC announcement and all of that SBI conference happening in Osaka, we've gotten VCs who turned a cold shoulder to us, a couple months ago, coming on our doorstep and be like, hey, let's talk again. So we clearly feel the change happening, Everyone, I feel like everyone has FOMO right now, which is great. So we're starting to lock down the investment talks right now. So we'll have more good announcements to be able to make, I think, in the next week, 2 weeks or so.
Great, thank you, Tokyo. Any parting comment? We have 30 seconds left.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for joining us today. Thank you. I think that's it.
Thank you very much for moderating.
Thank you.
Foundations. We are now ready for Foundations of the Future, Competing Chains, and the New Internet of Value. Can I please call to the stage Toshi Kamai-san from Fraction Ventures, Ken Kashiwagi-san from Miston Labs, Mason Kajnoni, Head of the Ecosystem at Abstract, and John Cho-san, VP of Partnerships at Kaya. Please come and take your seats on stage. Thank you. Everybody else, talk amongst yourself for a moment, and then please take your seats as our esteemed audience in order to prepare for our next panel. Thank you. Please come and take a seat. I see you back there talking amongst yourselves. Please come to the front in preparation for our next exciting panel with our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much.
Ari? Yeah. Okay. Testing.
Test.
This is panel 3 or 4? What do you think? I thought this is a 4. 3? これってセッション3ですか ?4? This is like session 3 or 4? 3. Okay, nice. We just started? Okay. Alright, so... Okay, so let's get started? Yeah. Okay, yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. And this is like a panel session 3, and the foundation of the future, competing and changing in the new internet of values. So my name is Toshi Kamei from the co-founder of Fraction Ventures, which is like the incubator for Ethereum ecosystem in Japan. And yeah, today I'm gonna be like your moderator. And in this panel, so we are joined by leaders from the major L1 and L2 ecosystem to discuss, how the next internet value will be shaped through, the both competition and collaboration. So let's get started. And first of all, please provide an introduction. So Ken-san, please, could you?
Hi everyone, nice to meet you. My name is Ken from Miston Labs. For those of you that don't know, Miston is the original contributor to the Layer 1 blockchain, which is a very fast, scalable network. In addition to Sui, Miston also offers a full stack set of solutions, which includes decentralized storage, privacy solutions, as well as off-chain competency verification. Sui's been around for a couple of years, and since then it's achieved incredible growth. It's about the top 10 for market cap and TVL. So it's been doing relatively well. And then for me personally, I'm from here originally, but raised in the UK. Prior to this, I was working in New York for around 10 years, working across the finance, tech, and the entertainment industries. Nice to meet you all.
Cool. Okay, yeah.
Hi, I'm Mason. I'm the head of ecosystem at the Abstract Foundation. Abstract's a layer 2 blockchain built on ETH, and it is a consumer-facing chain. So we launched earlier this year. I've seen a lot of traction from apps and games and different things like that.
Hi, my name is John Cho. I am the VP of Partnerships at Kaya. Some of you may be aware of Kaya. We are at Layer 1, and we're unique in the sense that we actually launched our mainnet late last August, and the mainnet was a result of a merge between two existing L1 ecosystems. So the Clayton ecosystem, which was a Layer 1 founded by the Kakao Group, which if you're not familiar with, runs the Kakao Talk, which is a dominant messenger in South Korea, and Fincher, which was Line's Layer 1 blockchain. And obviously, I'm assuming everyone here is familiar with Line. So yeah, I mean, so we're unique in the sense that we were born of a merger of between two ecosystems. And myself personally, I've been with the greater Kaya team since 2018. So I was one of the earlier members to the team, and have been building together on Kaya and with Kaya ever since.
Okay, cool. Thank you for you guys. So first of all, I'd like to ask you two questions, like we got from the audience in advance. So the first one, how does your chain differentiate itself in today's highly competitive L1, L2 landscape? So yeah, do you have any idea?
Sure, I can go
thank
first,
you.
I guess. So yeah, as you said, there's many layer ones out there, but we differentiate ourselves in several ways. I think our biggest difference is the fact that we use something called an object-centric model. So what that means is every asset on Suite starts out as an object versus on other chains, it's generally account-based. And so when let's say, as an example, I want to send a USDC from myself to you, what that would entail is for us, it starts out with USDC being an object, and that changes ownership from myself to you. And so it's essentially a one-step process versus on an account-based model, it looks at a global ledger and it recognizes I have a USDC and that account goes from 1 to 0, and then once that's been verified, your account would then show up as going from 0 to 1. And so it's a bit more of a sequential flow versus on Suite, it's really it's based on the object and it's a one-step process. So what does that mean, right? So when we think about it, I think, for us, we can offer something that's like parallel execution, so multiple transactions that are not related to each other can happen at the same time. And so the outcome of this is the fact that we offer incredible speed with 300,000 transactions happening. It can happen in 1 second, and the time to finality of a transaction to happen is 0.4 seconds. So it's incredibly fast. In addition, we also offer incredible stable gas fees, and also given clearly for us it's a bit more one-step process. Our language is quite simple. The simplicity of Move allows developers to perhaps code less, as well as have less vulnerabilities for potential attacks, and so it makes it a very easy program to develop on while also being relatively secure.
Okay, yeah, got it. How about what do you think, Mason?
So our approach is much more consumer focused, where we are really redesigning the UI UX. So we have Abstract Chain itself, which is a centralized chain, and then we also have Abstract Portal, which is very similar to an app store. So any of the apps that are in there have been audited by auditors that we trust. Like, we know that they're safe. We know that the UI UX is very well put together. So like, we're really tackling it from a discoverability angle and giving people things to do when they come on the chain.
Okay, I just saw your dashboard. We can see like video streaming or something. Video streaming.
Yeah, so we have the wallet.
Like funny,
We're using smart accounts. So the Abstract Global Wallet is like an app store streaming your wallet reward system, all kind of housed in one. To have just like you sign in with an email too, no seed phrases.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. How about you, Joe?
I mean, the short version would be probably like a combination of SUI and abstract. But I mean, having run a layer 1 mainnet since 2018, we've gone through various iterations of public-facing messaging. So at first, you know, if you guys remember back in 2019, it was all about scalability, enterprise, and you know, people would talk about TPS, finality, and so on. But I think it's almost like become a meme, like, you know, tech stacks, because all the layer 1s and layer 2s out there perform to expectations, and there's a level of scalability already kind of like, you know, built in, I think. So for us at Kaya, I think our uniqueness really stands in the more consumer kind of like, you know, facing aspects, which is obviously the exclusive distribution channel that we have with Line Messenger. I think, especially the last 12 or so months, there's been a massive focus among builders about user acquisition, go-to-market, and real revenue models, right? Like one super interesting, like, you know, conversation I've had, which I always kind of like anecdote a lot, is this particular gentleman. He's like an OG Ethereum developer. He was one of the first people to build using Solidity. So we were talking about how, you know, he wanted to onboard his project over to Kaya, and his very first comment to me was, "I don't care about grants. I don't want money. I want users." Yeah, and I think that's where we all are at this point in stage of the industry. Builders want users. So I think, you know, our kind of like, you know, differentiation, which kind of we like to highlight in having an exclusive distribution channel, MAU around 300 million, I think is definitely something that we take pride in and kind of like, you know, put out there a lot.
Yeah, it's very helpful for us to understand you guys chain. And the second, we have another question. So the second, you know, what do you see as the biggest challenge in achievement interoperability right now? What do you think? Huh? Yeah. So yeah, what do you see as the biggest challenges in achievement interoperability right now? Interoperability. Sorry for my pronunciation is wrong.
I think the biggest challenge, and this is honestly a conversation I have with like a ton of builders, is from a builder's perspective, I completely understand wanting to be multi-chain and tapping into different liquidities. But from a chain perspective, I can't like spend resources to prop up somebody that's across multiple chains, because it just like the value add back to my chain, like it doesn't pay off as much, right? So like every chain wants native apps and really wants to sink money into native apps, but we're at this weird crossroads where it does make sense for a lot of apps to be multi-chain, but like they're not getting the same support that a native app would get.
Yeah.
I think the fact that we're having this discussion about interoperability is a highlight of one of the issues, right? Like if I were to pay someone, right, in a regular fiat setting, you know, I can use pay or Venmo, and it doesn't talk about my Bank of America account going to a Chase account, SMBC account going to an MUFG account, right? No one cares about that, right? And that's all abstracted, right? And so I think the fact that we're still talking about interoperability of going from abstract to Kaya or Kaya to Sui is the highlight of one of the issues. And until that gets resolved, there's always going to be that allergic reaction from the users to actually onboard onto Web3. And so, yes, bridges are nice and other solutions are very good, but at the same time, we had to come to a point where it's a lot more seamless and allows users to actually make it so users don't really see it, you know? And I think that's where we need to get to.
We actually take a fairly open-minded approach to multi-chain protocols and interoperability, because the thing is, you have to be very pragmatic in our industry. There are a lot of chains out there, a lot of protocols out there, but limited liquidity and limited number of users. And you have to accept the fact that users and liquidity will be fluid. So, you know, a certain amount of liquidity may stay on a certain chain for a certain period of time. Once the yields are done, they'll move on. It's just the reality of our industry. So for us, we accept that, you know, builders will need to build across multiple chains in order to have sustainable revenue streams. But we're a little bit more strategic about it. So, you know, for example, if we have an agreement with a specific protocol, we may ask them to keep certain aspects of the service exclusive to Kaya, while we're open to multi-chain, other features being on multi-chain. But at the end of the day, again, we're very pragmatic. We've been around for a really long time. We understand users and liquidity will be fluid. So we are actually internally working really hard with partners like Tether to establish really streamlined cross-chain experiences. Because right now, yes, there are a lot of bridges out there, but in reality, the UX UI is still completely shit. So what we're trying to do is we're looking to leverage our distribution channel as much as possible. In order to do that, I mean, we actually have to look beyond Kaya as well. So that's why we're very open to working with other layer 1s and layer 2s, especially chains that are region specific as well. Because at the end of the day, again, if your chain is just very open and well connected, all that liquidity and users will flow through. You don't want to remain a Galapagos island, right? So that's kind of the approach that we're taking.
Cool. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I got it. Also, I just make a mind to ask you guys about like how as a ecosystem, like we are player of the blockchain, and then how can we increase the number of the newcomer, like a new person who are interested in the crypto? Because WebX, this is like side of the WebX, right? And the WebX, we can see a lot of new audience, I think, because it's gonna be like 10K people, maybe around 10K, 15. But as a Fractal, we are incubator, and then we often support founders. But we need to also, you say, the liquidity and the market, right? So, also you guys like has a strong point about like a consumer, right? Like a gaming, and so how do you think, as a ecosystem, how can we increase the number of the newcomer as a strategy?
I guess I can look at it from maybe three different angles, various angles. Nice. From a user point of view, right? I think it's still a little hard for Web 2 users to adopt to Web 3, and so there's a bit more easy UI UX that everyone is building on. Firstly, we're building wallets that can be integrated with Web 2 style logins, such as Google, Facebook, and then also allow for gasless transactions, so that when you make an asset transfer, you don't necessarily have to have any sweet tokens. That way, it makes it a lot easier for the users to access it, right? But then there also needs to be talks of perhaps, regulation, taxes, right? That maybe every jurisdiction is different, but when that's not necessarily aligned, that makes it slightly trickier. Every jurisdiction has its own KYC process for different taxes. With all due respect, Japan's tax is about 55% compared to that of Hong Kong or Korea, that's 0% capital gains. And so that will make it difficult for certain jurisdictions to actually adopt to, well, there's no incentive for people to onboard onto Web3, right? And then lastly, for the builders, I think there needs to be interesting use cases as well as perhaps monetary rewards to be able to build certain use cases. A lot of that kind of has been kind of taken away by AI to a certain extent, but at the same time, I think we need to continue to build real use cases that actually create meaningful transactions and create adoption. We're trying to do that, organize hackathons here and there, to offer certain incentives to developers, and also offer marketing and engineering support. But I think those are the three areas in which I think needs to be revamped for us to really see Web 2 come onto Web 3.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. But I guess our focus is very much on the UI UX, because it's just, if we can create a web experience, a web native experience rather than a Web 3 native experience, where people can just easily pick it up, use it, have fun, do things that they enjoy doing without even knowing they're in crypto, they're just there. Like, that's when I think you win, right? When you can start getting it into TikTok and Instagram and easily bring people in from those flows without needing to set up a wallet, on-ramp from Coinbase, send money here, send money there, just straight in, is where I think you'll see like major adoption.
Yep, completely agree with Ken and Mason. But just to give you like a specific example, so we launched our mini DApp infrastructure on Line Messenger earlier this year, and it's been very successful. We've been able to accumulate 100 million users in a span of just 4 months. And the strategy that we took for go-to-market was very specific because our mission was very simple. I mean, not simple, but it was very clear, which was to onboard as many existing Line Messenger users as possible to Kaya. And we took two main strategies for that approach. Number one, affinity. The thing is, with Web 2 users, UX UI is a given, obviously. You want to present UX UI that's familiar and something that they're used to, right? So there's no learning curve. You want to avoid presenting learning curve. But at the same time, what we also found out was you need to present them with services and products that they have a built-in affinity for. So, for example, this may sound obvious, but actually it wasn't because we had a lot of back and forth. But we launched the Mini-DApp infrastructure with 80 games, specifically games only, and that was because gaming is the biggest category that has existing affinity with Web 2 users. They don't need to learn, they don't need to study, they don't need to understand. They already know it. They're already used to it. And also, an added bonus was thing with Line users. They're not there to earn. They're there to play and experience and to spend and consume. So most of the digital consumption actually happens with gaming items as well. So that was also another aspect that we kind of took into consideration. So that was number one, affinity. Present them with a vertical that they have a pre-existing affinity with. And number two was incentives. So have an incentive layer to obviously incentivize those Web 2 users. But then you have to make sure those incentives make sense to these users. So for a lot of Web 2 users, tokens may not make sense, or points and airdrops may not make sense, but stable coins may make sense, right? So we obviously had an incentive layer that, and we strategized a lot around that, but we made sure those incentives was something that made sense to existing Web 2 users.
Yeah, gotcha. Cool. So we ask you guys for consumer side, right? So the next one is I want to ask you more enterprise side, institutional. So if you have the example, could you provide us an example with in collaboration with enterprise? Do you guys have?
Yeah,
maybe.
I'll start first. So I think the thing is we're unique in the sense that we were actually established by enterprises, by corporations, right? So we were originally founded by Kakao and Line. So we have that in our DNA. And that said, a lot of enterprises recently have been speaking to us from two perspectives. Number one, they just want to hear about our experience coming from a Web 2 background, having an established Web 3 presence that we've built over the last 4 or 5 years, right? So that experience. And number two, with the recent kind of wave of regulatory clarity around stablecoins and just generally integrating crypto services into existing Web 2 infrastructure, we've been working with a lot of enterprises, basically finding ways and preparing ourselves for the upcoming kind of frameworks that are going to be installed and the new laws that are coming into place to integrate stablecoin infrastructure and payments into existing services. And the thing is, at the end of the day, you have, I think the most frequently used Web 3/Web 2 hybrid consumer touchpoint is going to be wallets at the end of the day. Wallets will no longer be wallets, I think. They'll just be called super apps. So the base app is pretty much a super app, right? So payments, game, entertainment, content, blah, blah, blah. So we've been working with a lot of, because the thing is, Kakao Talk and Line are already super apps. So we've been working with a lot of enterprise partners, exploring ways that we can integrate Kaya infrastructure, especially around payments and stablecoins, into their existing services in Line Messenger or Kakao Talk.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think from our perspective, it's all about user base. So the corporations and the bigger people that I'm speaking to all want to reach Gen Z, people with discretionary spending, and then wallet abstraction. So they're easily able to bring in their users from Web 2, no friction, sign in with Gmail, reach Gen Z audiences, and that's much more our focus in that sense.
Sorry, the question was, how do I get enterprises on board, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a
Also example of your ecosystem. Yeah.
So this is more of a Ken answer rather than a Sui answer, but I'm more interested, and I think Sui's more interested in Web 2 cases that happen to run on Web 3, right? I don't think there's necessarily needs to be a Web 3 just for the sake of crypto. I think certain things that make Web 2 processes more efficient then will naturally create more sustainable, long-term, and wider adoption among Web 2 users, right? For us, and for me personally, I'm working with a couple of telecom companies, major telecom companies, one's in the Middle East, one's in Japan, and they're all validators. And some of the use cases we're exploring include, roaming. Roaming is one of the more big parts of telco, but also one of the more least efficient places, right? Currently, settlements take quarters, many months, and because the two parties don't necessarily trust each other, there's often a need for someone in between to step in to then clear these settlements. And so, if I was to sum the process, it's slow, inefficient, and requires trust. So I think this is an area in which I think blockchain could help, right? Because first you need cheaper, faster, more frequent payments, stable coins, right? That could be something that would be useful. And then secondly, I think you need a trustless system because they don't necessarily trust each other. It has to go through a clearinghouse, which then means there's audit fees, right? High expenses and timely. It takes time for you to build these solutions. And so what will happen to make it a bit more trustless? Do it on blockchain. You could, for example, have shared smart contracts, which is available on Sui and Walrus, so that two parties can have a single source of truth to calculate the numbers to then verify each other's calculations. And then lastly, I think it could be a lot more streamlined, and so by taking away certain processes from someone in the middle, then it makes it a much more smoother process. This whole process then makes it a bit more trustless, faster, cheaper, and a lot more efficient, right? But this roaming thing is probably a subset of what I'd call probably inter-company settlements or payments. This could be used in, for example, maybe like utility bills, or maybe I used to work in the music industry, so music royalty payments. When they had to calculate how much goes to an artist, how do you prove that? You can do it in a trustless way. I think this is an area that could be really interesting to be used in blockchain.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you. Yeah. Also, he must be a big fan of this. Okay. So I think that we have time. Where is the finish time? I don't know we have the time, I think. So I just I want how can I say? So you guys, do you have any question each other, because this is a nice opportunity to discuss, or do you have some question the another ecosystem? What is
it? So for us, I think the landscape has changed so much. It's always changed, right? It's always changing. Our industry is one of the fastest moving industries out there. But recently, what I've kind of really felt is just this massive liquidity crunch right now. There's a massive lack of liquidity, I think. But I think we're approaching a melting point, a boiling point, where we may end up with more builders than actual users. That's kind of what we're feeling right now. So I was just wondering, have you guys been kind of feeling that liquidity crunch? Do you guys have any kind of strategies or plans moving forward to address this?
Yeah, I think it's a step-by-step thing, right? So when we first launched the chain, we had all these users, no apps. Then we got all these apps, and we're we need more users so they don't cannibalize each other. And I think the only way to do that is to actually we're providing our builders with Apple Pay solutions, Google Pay solutions, these easy ACH from your bank account to the chain solutions, because then we can go out and actually help them market to Web2. Without those on-ramping features, you can't come out of TikTok into an app that's in crypto without, because as soon as you click through and if it directs you somewhere else, you're done. So I really think it comes from making this easy onboarding process that we can actually go out and market to the Web2 users to bring them in.
Yeah, and I'll agree. I think easy UI UX is definitely something that needs to be happen. There's also other certain things that probably are a bit more difficult to control. Liquidity crunch probably partially associated with interest rates not necessarily coming down. Also, I think there just needs to be a bit more incentives for the developers, the right incentives for the developers, maybe not necessarily chasing for the quick, up in tokens, a bit more long-term thinking, as well as us, foundations or infras investing in the right projects that actually lead to long-term success. For us, we're obviously very invested in gaming, which is clearly recession-proof and also very, very, has a big Web2 adoption. And so those are some of the areas in which we were trying to focus to get much bigger adoption.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of like share some of this long-term strategies that we have. I mean, I think, again, I myself personally am very pragmatic, and I'm an extreme realist, if you will. So I understand, so for me, I kind of have my, I manage my expectations when it comes to retail-driven liquidity. I don't think retail will be the core kind of source of liquidity moving forward. I think it'll be institutions. And so what we've been doing is we've been preparing, I guess, infrastructure to eventually onboard as much institutional liquidity as possible. And that is obviously going to happen via stablecoins. And so the thing is, each country will have eventually their own stablecoin, right? I think a lot of people kind of just assume USD pegged stablecoins will be the de facto, and I think it will be, but with South Korea, Japan with JPYC, Indonesia with IDRX, Hong Kong with HKD, and so on, even China are looking to launch their own stablecoin. I think making sure your chain is prepared to accommodate and facilitate infrastructure between those different regional stablecoins, I think is going to be very key. So that's kind of the strategies that we've been doing. As a sidebar, I mean, if you look at Asia is, whether or not you accept it, is the center of the global economy at the moment, but also happens to be one of the most fragmented regions when it comes to payment infrastructure, when it comes to regulatory alignment and so on. So our goal at Kaya is to basically connect all of Asia using stablecoins, and we're looking to be building that infrastructure to support that.
Yeah, cool. Okay, thank you. I think that time is up, but if you have something you wanna tell us here, it's okay.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so this is the time up, and thank you for speakers to join, and also audience for joining us today. Okay, yeah, thank you.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have one of the most riveting characters I've ever had the honor of crossing paths with, and a privilege to call my colleague and dear friend, Joe Ross, to the stage. Take the show away, my friend.
Some of DNA's portfolio companies. Our first one is my good friend Robert Hirsch from Scalix. He has some very exciting gifts for you up front.
Hello. Hey, there we go.
There we go.
Hi, everybody. I'm Robert. Thank you. If anybody wants to come in here, I have some gifts in the first two rows for you. All you have to do is actually listen to us. That's it. Come on in, yes. All right.
Robert, thanks for being here.
No problem.
Robert and I have known each other for quite a while. Why don't you give us a little bit of your background, tell us who you are, and what Scalix is?
Why it exists?
What it
oh,
is.
what it is?
What
yeah,
it
that
is.
will be, yeah, sure, you bet. My background, actually, my education is all engineering for years and years and years. And in one of my companies, I discovered Bitcoin. And Bitcoin really appealed to me, my worldview, my politics, and all that kind of stuff. And so I really kind of did a deep dive. First, I didn't understand it, and then I was super excited about it. I like the idea of world economy. I like the idea of being inclusive to everybody. For me, that's what Bitcoin kind of represented back when it was $250, something like that. And then the industry started growing, and the things that I wanted out of it, the ownership, the inclusivity, world economy, all of those things grew with it, but kind of parted from what I was hoping Bitcoin would be. I'm not saying Bitcoin is bad, to be clear, but I'll just say the industry veered a little bit away from what I was hoping for. I really wanted anybody to be able to participate. So now a Bitcoin miner, a good one, is $5,000. To get a validator for Solana or any of the other major chains, it's $15,000, $20,000 just for the hardware, plus owning coins for the proof of stake. It's super expensive. It is not for everybody. As I look more into the industry, it's kind of moved away from like a single coin to do the thing to needing a fee coin and a token to do things, like two monies to pay for things. Like the idea, like you maybe have to go into a bar and you use your dollars, but you also use another coin. It's silly. And there's all of these other points of friction that that the industry go to. I am not saying people aren't making money. I'm not saying that there isn't a world of amazing projects happening right now. I'm meeting some here. What I'm saying is that we, as an industry, have put in a lot of friction into the industry that is not attractive to most of the world. And I think if we can fix those things, I think crypto can kind of get into the $600 trillion world GDP that is out there for us. But right now, all the transactional part, not the value of Bitcoin or the value of Solana, the transactional part is the fee part is it's like $22 billion. It's nothing. Like there's so much to grow into, but it has to be something that people want to use, and not just people who love the technology or this easy way to make money or that kind of stuff. We have to grow.
So, 30-second elevator pitch. What does Scalix do?
Okay, so Scalix is based around a technology that allows layer 1 blockchains to talk directly together without bridges. So everything that we do starts from this basic fact. So in a world where both Ethereum and Bitcoin have this technology in it, you can be on Bitcoin and send it to Ethereum, no bridge. It's just, you don't have to look up how it got there. You don't have to look between the 104 different bridging networks that there are. Every new, better bridge makes this problem worse, right? It's yet another bridge that you have to figure out whether it's better to use or not. What we want is to get rid of that friction. So move directly from the chain you're on to the other chain that is providing the feature or service that you want. Fundamentally, that's what this technology does. We'll be the first blockchain that has that. And then the key is, once blockchains have this, we don't need to hang blockchains off of blockchains anymore. Everything can be a layer 1. And so application specific, you can have very small consensus models, very separate blockchains, and the industry can scale if we decentralize utility. So you don't have to think about what chain you're going to build on. You're going to think about what chain you attach to. So an example of that might be Tether. I'm not saying they have this. Or I'll say Circle now, because they're coming out with their own layer 1 blockchain. And so they come out with their own blockchain. It's just a stable coin is the blockchain. They're going to try to connect to the blockchain they want to connect to. Those are all bridges. For us, they just be connected. So when you want to go on an exchange and move your USDC around, you know there's only one network, and there's only one version of it, and there's no building 10 different versions. There's no building. There's no trust involved. You don't have to trust the smart contracts. You don't have to trust the liquidity. You don't have to trust the key management. All of that stuff goes away. And that's really the first things that we clear up, and there's a bunch more. Maybe they'll come up so I can stop
Yeah,
blathering.
so some more questions there. I'll put my investor hat on for a minute. I have heard of a lot of projects very similar to this, like Layer 0, et cetera, the ones that are creating interoperability. What makes you different, and what gives you I guess, the ability to capitalize in the position to win?
Those are all bridges. And so every single one of those make the claim of a trustless connection from one to another. If you dive deep, it's definitely not trustless. There's a trust happening somewhere on those four subjects. So number one, that's what they are. Every new one, every better one is a problem. So yes, we do have connections between chains, but AgLayer, Layer 0, Zeta Chain, all of these things, if they're not, they're either bridge aggregators or a bridge or a blockchain that has built their own bridges. So no matter, that's the stuff that is in the way. We actually don't want that. I mean, each one is good, it's what we have now. Scalix isn't there now. But as we grow, less and less of that stuff, hopefully. We'll have a much better industry this way.
So speaking of now, where are you now? What stage is your project at? What have you built so far? What's going on at the moment?
I do wish we were much further ahead because I'm super excited about this technology. We are meeting partners. We've got a number of partners who want to do it this way because there's a lot of other benefits of doing things this way. But we're pre-seed, so we have a private testnet that shows that we can do what we say we can do. I can prove that part. At the end of this year, we should have a testnet with a fork of Bitcoin and what we call a service chain. So what we call service chains are layer 1 blockchains that are application specific. So kind of like what Cosmos did, but there's not really a reason for a hub. Any chain should be able to just connect to any chain with this technology. And so we're going to build the first application specific blockchains with this technology in it. And then we will bring on partner chains, smaller chains that deploy this technology, and that's kind of how we grow. We're going to build out utility, bring on partner chains that don't have this technology in it, and all of a sudden will be granted infinite utility. And that's kind of the path forward. So we're at the very beginning of that. So testnet is almost there, showing a service chain connected to a fork of Bitcoin, TGE at the end of this year, and we've a proof of concept that shows that we can do what we say we can do.
So, wrapping us up, two things. How can people get involved, and what do the next 6 months look like for Scalix?
Okay.
You kind of touched on that already, but I guess what are you building next?
The very next thing we need to build is a layer 1. And I don't think the world really needs another layer 1. However, the world needs a layer 1 that does this. And so there's no getting into Bitcoin with this technology tomorrow. There is, in 6 months, getting a TGE of this blockchain that does this stuff and a bunch of other features we probably don't have time for. And then building out the service chains. So the very first set of 3 service chains will probably be RWA, an IP chain, decentralized storage, decentralized compute. Some of those we'll do ourselves, and some are from the partners that we're building. And we're looking for more partners. I met somebody here already who's working as a crypto for medical industry. Like, that's a perfect partner. That's a blockchain that does that thing. So if there's anybody else who wants to get in touch with me here or online.
Robert's your guy.
Yes. Robert Hirsch at Scalix. Did we put up a barcode or anything in the stream? Well, anyway, you'll find us online also.
So last question. How are you going to get traction and adoption? How are you going to differentiate yourself and be the one?
So many things like this, and I thank DNA for having us here, so where I can take some time to explain all the benefits of having a bridge this world. Obviously, our partnerships, building out the service chains, demonstrating revenues without needing 2 tokens, just 1. And a new way to really make it conducive for our economy, but really demonstration, our partnerships, and then of course, evangelizing like this.
Robert Hirsch, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Yaku.
They said innovation had limits. they drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where
I'm with American Fortress by Mattify. Mattify is a technology provider. I'm the VP of sales. I'm here looking into opportunities in the APAC market, but also I want to, share some thoughts about what we think about privacy and what has to be done in order for the space to be a bit more secure and at the same time a bit more user-friendly. So that's all about what all that we care for at American Fortress and Mattify. We'll dive into it probably in a second.
Yeah, so you've mentioned two companies there, American Fortress and Matterify. Can you explain kind of the relationship and what you all do?
Sure. So Mattify is a technology provider, and American Fortress is basically a brand owned by Mattify, and it's a client-facing brand, client-facing wallet that is using Mattify technology. I would say the reason we distinct those two is because we just want to make sure that American Fortress, we believe, is much more catchy, much more interesting narrative, especially given what is going on right now, regulation-wise in the US. This is also the brand that is going to issue a token that's powering all the protocol.
Right. So there are a lot of crypto wallets out there. What differentiates American Fortress, and was there anything in the past or a single event or anything that made you all realize that there was a need for this product?
Sure. So the whole project started actually in 2021. So it's been a while. But what we noticed back then is that people are losing money in this space all the time. And I'm not talking about missed trades. I'm talking about people being stolen from by a lot of hackers. And one of the biggest issues in this space is phishing. How do you solve phishing and how does it happen? Well, even the biggest guys, probably most of you remember the Bybit hack from a couple of months ago, they fall for basically phishing and address poisoning problems. That's essentially what happened over there. So how do you solve that problem? Well, first of all, you have to decipher as a user who's on the other side. How do I do that if I just see a lot of hexadecimal numbers? Well, I don't really have the ability to do so, right? I just have to hope for the best that the address that I'm sending the money to is actually correct. Now, that's not perfect. So what we figured out is that we have to simplify that experience. And we replaced the receiving addresses with the names. So you can have a name like Joe, and I can send to Joe directly from my wallet any type of digital asset. Now that's a cool thing, but still, how do I make sure that it's secure? And that's the right Joe. So we also built an off-chain cryptographic proofs protocol that allows me to verify that Joe is actually Joe, him sharing that crypto proof directly with me. And then I know for sure that I'm dealing with the right person.
I love that. One of the biggest hindrances to adoption in crypto is kind of the user experience. The addresses that we currently have are so confusing and difficult. There are a couple competitors that come to mind, like ENS, Unstoppable Domains. What differentiates American Fortress, and what positions you all as the best solution for this?
Yeah, so definitely there's been a couple of players that were trying to solve that problem, but in my opinion, all they failed because of one crucial thing, which is zero privacy. If you've ever been using if domains or Unstoppable Domains or FIO protocol, the problem is they are all mapped to a static address, meaning if I know your if domain, I can look up your address that is connected to that if domain, and I can look up exactly how much money you have, exactly all your transactions history. That's a massive problem. Like, no one wants that. Imagine that you're going away with your bank account, basically stamped on your forehead. That doesn't make sense at all, right? For multiple reasons. So what we do is we make sure that we use stealth addresses in Vitalik speech. What does it actually mean? When I'm sending money to Joe, my wallet will actually compute a receiving address that's going to be unique for me and Joe. So that means only we know that this is actually his address. So if Maria is sending money to Joe, it will land on a different address under the same name. So what does it mean? That means that Joe can actually publish his name on the website, on the socials, put it on an invoice, and anyone can send him any type of digital asset, but no one knows how much money he has. Therefore, he's not going to be, chased by hackers, because no one can actually associate his name to all his receiving addresses. So that's why you actually provide privacy without infringing the compliance. We're not a mixer, we're not convoluting coins, everything runs smoothly on the native blockchains, but at the same time, it's invisible to third-party observers to identify that this is actually Joe's address.
I love that, because one of the scary things that we've seen this year is a big uptick in the wrench attacks, where people are being attacked physically in person for their crypto
Exactly.
holdings, and this feels like that's a great solution for that. Where are you at right now? How can people use your product?
Sure. So we're actually super excited because next couple of months are going to be huge for us. We've been, as we mentioned, we've been building this technology for years. We've applied for 9 patents. Actually, one is already allowed. The other one is imminently to be allowed. Those are huge patents, one in DeFi, one in custody space. And I think within the next week, we're actually launching the pre-sale of the names. So if you guys are interested, make sure to visit americanfortress.io. You can sign up for the waitlist. We can't wait to actually start selling those names. Those are going to be top-level names, which means without extra dot and the ending, right? Then what we're going to provide with our ecosystem partners, one of which is the biggest UTXO chain out there. So this announcement is coming soon. We're going to provide dedicated domains, right? So like .metamask, .litecoin, etc. So those guys are going to help us out with the distribution, because we're not going to sell all our names ourselves. So that's coming probably within the next couple of weeks, which is very exciting for us. And then the wallet beta is going to be out this week. So again, if you want to participate, if you want to see how it actually works, try to send over some testnet coins. Make sure to subscribe as well. We'll be informing you. And the big thing for us is that we're going to TGE next month. So that's an exciting moment for us as well. The token utility is going to be the securing of all the names that has been reserved. So we're going to make sure that this database actually unbreakable, it's immutable, etc. with the blockchain.
Great. So just to make sure everybody heard that, you can go and reserve your name, your American Fortress name. How much do they cost? And just to wrap us up, we're almost out of time. What does the next 6 months look like? What kind of traction are you hoping to get, and where are we going to be 6 months from now?
Sure. So we have got, for the top level domains, we have got pricing of around $50, and then 129, I guess, for free, $50 for around 1 year, 120 something for 3 years, and then around $400 for a lifetime. So I think it's a pretty sweet deal. Just go and sign up for the waitlist. And in terms of the next 6 months, I think those are going to be huge, because what we want to make sure is that we release also our SDK for all the wallets out there. So if you guys are building, if you're into custody, OTC, wallet space, we want to talk to you. We are going to give you an SDK. You can actually resell the names, you can get your domain, and you can make money together with us on the sales of the names and make the life of your users much, much better.
Jakob, American Fortress, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And Katya, Maurice.
Had limits. They drew lines between worlds.
Everyone, would you give us a little bit of background about yourself and about how you became involved with Blank? And
Sure.
What is Blank?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. This is Maurice. So I used to work at Gates, so I'm a former chief investment officer there, and for a year, and I departed and set up my own token advisory and tokenomics advisory. So and I have become a board member at Blank. So I'm helping to shape the tokenomics and also token listing and market making strategy for the project.
Great, thank you. So I've learned very recently about Blank. a very forward-looking project. Can you tell us what your main services that you offer?
Yeah, sure. So Plant Network is very interesting. So we are actually providing more than just a cloud or a layer one. So it's actually a comprehensive layer for AI developers. So we have layer 0 and layer 1 and also a GPU console with all the tier 1 data center from the US and USA. And the most interesting point is we have combined the best of the two worlds, the crypto and also the AI world. So the cost of using shared GPUs are much lower than you're using at the Web 2. And with the creativity and innovations at in crypto, so users can have stakings and all the rewards if they use the GPU's consoles. So I would say it's a very groundbreaking, and I would say even like the layer 0 is kind of like a blue oceans in the crypto world. So I would very proud to say this is the first one that we are building on it.
Amazing, I love it. So what advantages do you get by selling GPU over Web3? Why did you choose to do this as a Web3 project and not Web2, for example?
I guess the first is for users, they have different scalabilities. So we have all the different types of GPUs like the H100s and H200s and the B200s. So basically it gives more flexibilities for the users to choose their like scale up. And honestly, with the crypto and also the tokens rewards, I think the users can have more benefits rather than on the Web2. Yeah.
That's great. So if you've got a gaming computer at home and you're not using it, can you use that to sell compute?
Yeah, sure. So actually the whole network is actually open for startups and scientists, and we got like because we got really good advisors on the board, so they can provide all the different level of GPUs. So it's actually more than 5 to 6 types of GPUs that we are currently using. And the most interesting part is when I advise them on the tokenomics, it's very challenging. I have reviewed like over thousands of projects, and this is the first one that actually encountered how to incorporate the GPU usage onto a tokenomics with all the halving and I mean like the standard terms that we have in crypto into the real world. So I think this is a very beautiful combination between the Web 2 and Web 3.
That's great. So tokenomics are really difficult. Can you tell me a little bit about how you help Plank design the tokenomics? What do the tokenomics look like? What is the token and what's the purpose of it?
Sure. So first of all, it will be like sending to the users, so they will be able to stake it. And for the emissions, we have designed it as almost like more than 10 years of the emission. So it's really breaking like when I do the tokenomics. It's like usually when you fill in the forms for the exchange, they only have like until 5 years. And then we have add columns because we're like the whole project is actually projecting for the emissions for 10 to 10 years. So I think this is something that we want to commit more like in terms of a long-term commitment to the community as well. And we are designed to maintain like hopefully a very positive token pricing after listing.
That's great. So tell me about where you're at right now. How much compute do you all have? Where is the token traded? What's the current status?
So it's still at pre-TG, so I'm helping the projects to talk to most of the exchanges, and the TG is planning in Q4, so it's coming up. So stay tuned on Twitter. We got like over 200,000 followers on the Twitter, and yeah, so it's coming soon. And at stage fundraising, we're still fundraising at the moment at private at 55 million. So if you're like partners, investors, feel free to reach out and happy to connect with our funders team.
So how is that sale going to be done? You're in a private round right now. Who can participate?
Investors, yeah. So like VC, family office, or strategic partners who want to be like nodes or stakeholders for it. So feel free to reach out as well.
Amazing. So what does the next 6 months look like, and how can somebody get involved other than just the TCB?
Okay, yeah. So we are actually opening up for beta soon. So I guess it would be good for follow and stay tuned, because right after TG we will have some announcements soon. Yeah. So in late October. So stay tuned on our Twitter.
Great, thank you. So I guess wrapping up, what differentiates you all from some of your competitors like a BitTensor or even like AWS? You know, what sort of things will keep your traction and and give you the market share?
Yeah, as mentioned, the emissions is more than like 10, almost like 10 years. So basically, we are really like long-term visions in terms of like how to shape the whole project. And we also have an AI studio, which is a platform for like training and fine-tuning all these data, no matter from like an individual entrepreneur to like an AI startup to like a big corporations. So basically, we're scaling up to that level. So I guess that will kind of like differentiate with our counterparties.
Amazing. So wrapping up, what is the one thing people should take away about Blank Network to remember today?
Sure. So it's more than just a layer, more than just a cloud. So it's a comprehensive AI decentralized project.
Amazing. Maurice, everyone, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The stage, Jake Flaherty from my team, Anne Chien, partner at IBC, Deng Chao, CEO at Hashkey Capital, and Sandeep Kasi, partner.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
Everybody for being here at the DNA House WebX Tokyo. Next up, we have a pretty fun panel here. My name is Jake Flaherty. I run the advisory services business for DNA. And I'd like to start off with some introductions. So Anne, if you want to go first.
Hello, hi everyone. This is Anne, partner of IVC. IVC is a Web3 VC starting from Japan, expanded globally. Every year we also run the IVS events in Kyoto. So this year we have around like 13,000 people gathering. And recently, we've been participated in quite a few DAT deals, including NACA and also BNC.
Amazing, thank you. Dang.
Hi everyone, my name is Deng Chao from Hashgate Capital. We're one of the biggest and earliest institutional investor in the ecosystem. We started in 2015 with our first investment into Ethereum back in 2015. And now we have invested over 600 projects globally. Aside from the VC, I also run our liquid funds. It's similar to secondary market funds, from active managed fund to index to ETF. By the way, we launched Hong Kong's first ETF last year. Great pleasure to be here.
Hi, my name is Sandeep Kasi. I'm partner at Antler. Antler is a global VC with $1.2 billion under management. We are day zero investors, which means that we invest in companies even before they're actually formed. So we invest in founders. We've invested about 1,600 companies so far. And I head the corp innovation wing of Antler called IBEX. So I'm heading Japan. We basically work with corporates, and we match corporates with startups and look for integration points where we can actually draw opportunities and monetization together.
Amazing. So the first question I want to ask each of you is, what does tokenization mean to your firm, and why is it so important to your investment thesis?
Yeah, I think that tokenization is offering, of course, our originally is offering to this a lot of probably individual investors who are not available to get access to probably stock markets, and also that's also making available for a lot of Web3 projects, on-chain projects, to become more available, also getting funding, liquidity from the markets. So I think that it is turned in, and also tokens has always been mixed with global liquidity instead of compared to stock market, it is geographical fractionalized liquidity gathering. So at least for any kind of projects, once you're listed on an exchange, I think that of course these days exchange still need to get a license regulation, regulated in different jurisdictions, but at least your liquidity could be exposed to globally instead of going through different kind of regulatory frameworks for the financial regulatory bodies to approve for your probably stock IPO listing. So for tokenizations, you basically could be getting more access to the global liquidities. Yeah.
Thanks. I agree with Anne on the trend, but from an investor's perspective, I hope to elaborate a little bit on where tokenization is on the bigger trend. We invest in an ecosystem mostly in four major areas, starting from a very basic layer one that was before 2019, and then layer two, and then application. The fourth category made of our folks is, we coined a term called crypto finance. That's where crypto is seen as a new asset class. If you're seen as a parallel universe of finance, you have to build an infrastructure. On top of the infrastructure, there's the financial products. So we've been investing along this line of evolvement. If you look at the tokenization, it's nothing new. That's been there for quite a long time. This is also going along the bigger trends of going digital. Firstly, we started the crypto native assets like the tokens, and now we're trying to bring the physical assets into digital format and bring them on chain. So to realize the real value of tokenization, we have to start with the infrastructures. If you look at a traditional finance or banking, actually they are isolated ledgers in different systems. The banking has their ledger, the stock exchange have their ledger, the clearinghouse settlement how firms have their own ledgers. But if we put all these transactions into one global ledger, and that will bring benefits including more efficiency, lower cost. That's where the trend is going, and that's where we are investing into the bigger trends. I recently listened to a podcast. I don't want to say the name. One of the hosts asked a question about how big can tokenization be. The answer from the guest is that it can be as big as gold. I don't think that should be the correct answer. It should be much bigger. With first Bitcoin, when Bitcoin was started, is targeting the monetary system, but now with tokenization, it should be bigger. First, we started with stock. Then we can go with fixed income, like what we're doing in Hong Kong. So we're trying to tokenize money market funds. And if you zoom out, the potential is way bigger than gold itself. So I was talking here.
I think to answer the question, we have to talk a bit about Japan. Japan traditionally has been pretty bad at VC. And traditional VCs here are mostly corporate VCs that invest on their will, which normally means that you need to find strategic value within the company, otherwise there's no investments. So from Antler's perspective, we're looking at tokenization as a means to disrupt the investment criteria for startups. So we want to tokenize everything. As the heading says, we want to basically tokenize capital markets. We want to enable startups to raise money through tokens rather than go to a traditional VC. And there's a lot more opportunities in Japan to do that because Japan's economy mostly is two sectors. If you really look at it, it's deep tech and it's gaming and anime and manga. And these are assets that are prime for tokenization. So from our perspective, we are actually going after those as the predominant markets for us. And we think that we can disrupt the local ecosystem. And mainly we want to disrupt the venture capital in Japan.
So you each talked about a theme of, almost creating the bridges for traditional finance to start making these investments into Web3. It feels like Wall Street has started to turn the corner and started to really make investments into this Web3 world as it relates to DeFi. How do you anticipate the change to really happen to where significant investments really start coming in and it becomes the new norm for people to be investing in a DeFi way?
DeFi way? Or?
Yeah, in tokenized way, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I think ever since Trump was elected as president, his administrative has been clearly stating to be supportive for crypto, especially starting from Bitcoin. Last year he was already showing at the Bitcoin conference, and this year he wasn't there presently himself. But both of his sons, Eric Trump and also Donald Trump Jr. were actually presented, and also the Vice President Vance were also presented at the Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas this year. And they were all conveying the message from Trump that first he will be putting out the Stablecoin Act, which is the Genesis Act that was just passed a few weeks ago. And the next one he will be making, it's on his mandate that he is trying to make Bitcoin into a long-term asset class that is could be if it's going through the Congress and also legislative passing the bills. It could be, they are planning to do a Bitcoin Act in a way that to make Bitcoin as a part of the collateral for the USD issuance going forward in the future. So this is because of his policies, and also this is the movement he is trying to push going forward, and we have more DAT coming out And back in like few years ago, like people like even though MicroStrategy has been around like for many years, but it only started like people start paying attention to this field about like the digital asset like treasury starting about like 2 months ago. This is the reason why we participated for the Nakamoto deals. The founder himself, like David Bailey, he is also the crypto advisor to President Trump himself. And he structured the deal in a way that the DAT is not just like becoming a Bitcoin treasury, but he will be consolidating all his like the Bitcoin Inc., which is the Bitcoin magazines, and also the conference, and also the UTXO, which is the hedge funds, into the Nakamoto show. So DAT, I think at the beginning, like for the past like few weeks, like you hear a lot about DATs, but a lot of traditional investors, including like Wall Street, they probably think that this is not long-term like a sustainable solution. It could be like Web3 trying to move to Web2, playing tricks and probably getting more leverage from the stock price in order to get probably more profitabilities. But we are just seeing that going like for the upcoming like probably like for the past like few weeks and a few months, there were actually still deals such as we did another one. It's originally called Vape, then changed the ticker to BNC. It's the first BNB treasury stocks. And was participated by like Binance CZ himself as a like anchor investor, along with one of the major like Chinese mining groups. So and also like with some of the Wall Street. So we started seeing that like institutions started like participated for these like digital asset like treasury like stocks. As the first steps, and also they have been participated for a lot of like ETF for the past like at least like two years already. So this is the like a flow of trends that you start seeing like Wall Street institutions participating in the crypto space for the like probably the underlying asset that they see within a certain kind of values. So I think that DAT is structured in a way, in a more delicate way. So it wouldn't be just like, oh, you buy a shell company, the underlying stocks, it's like underlying assets is actually just a coins. So I think that there could be like more and more this kind of like trends that there will be like real revenues. It's not just about the token itself. That probably traditional investors in the Web2 world, they are not familiar with like Web3 would also be able to participate in and getting familiar as a first step into like those like the DAT deals. And later, I think that this will be serving as a bridge for them to understand, at least like be open-minded and trying to understand like what's going on for the rest of the altcoin in the like Web3.
Awesome. Dang.
So, HashKey as an institution, we tend to look at the market from a bigger, more macro perspective. We see three trends are going on now. One, as Anne and Sandeep has mentioned, the more clearer regulatory environments, starting from the U.S., followed suit by other major regulators. This is the signals are very, very clear. With a clearer regulatory environment, the second trend is more active institutional involvement, as we can see from major financial institutions, hedge funds, and other investors. The third trend, and has elaborated, I don't want to go into the details, that's the capital market involvement. Take Treasury DAT for example. It's I don't want to say it's 100% a Wall Street play, but it's like 80% Wall Street play. So now the playbook has switched from more traditional entrepreneurship, building a application, and other more fundamental to more Wall Street capital market driven activities. I think this will go on for as long as they can raise enough money. They keep raising money from market, and they keep sending Ether or Bitcoin price high. If they are not able to raise as much, or if they raise under the market expectation, the price may go the other way. So for us or the real builders, us in the crypto community, I think the current market is driven to a larger extent by sentiment and the Wall Street play, but in the long term, everything still will go back to the fundamentals. So now, the more popular areas is DAT. ETF is no longer popular, but there may be new products or new strategies coming up. Still, we have to focus on building the infrastructures. We have to focus on application. But this Wall Street play may prolong this cycle for, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. Might be too optimistic, but for sure the 4-year cycle might be no longer there. Then when the market sentiment is gone, when the market goes back for the next cycle, we still have to look at the fundamentals.
So Anne and Tang have covered the U.S. markets pretty intense. So I'll focus on the Japan market. So the biggest problem in the Japan market is the IPOs. It's all subpar IPOs. The reason being that they can't raise the next round, Series C, Series D. So instead of raising the next round, they do like $50 million, $10 million IPOs. There is a secondary market in that perspective. So the secondary market, from a capital perspective, let's not talk about Wall Street. Let's talk about the Japanese stock exchange. The opportunity here is to tokenize the secondary market, and at the same time, go upstream and tokenize even the Series A and Series B. And I'll give you a case in point. There's an antler company called Wingbits. Wingbits is basically they've launched a satellite, and the satellite tracks. You have an antenna that sits on the top of your home, and it's tracking all the satellites, right? Airlines, sorry. And it's compensating through tokens, through Wingbits tokens. So they want to launch 9 more satellites. In order for them to launch 9 more satellites, they have to basically go out and raise a massive amount of investment from VCs. But if we can tokenize and provide a DPIN and RWAs, and we can actually basically get them to raise money so that they can actually raise enough money to launch the satellites without any dilution, right? And similarly, there's another startup that we're working here in Japan. It's a fusion technology. They want to build a fusion reactor. If you want to build a fusion reactor, it's going to take you $1 billion space. And private equity is the only way for you to do that. But now that's possible through tokenization as well, through DPIN and RWs. Right? So I think that basically is where I see from a Japanese perspective as to how this is going to play out, is that secondaries are going to be first, and then it's going to walk upstream into the first mile, and you will start to really see a lot of opportunities in the deep tech space, which is what Japan is very good at. And the secondary space Japan's very good at is obviously anime and manga. And it's got its own issues in terms of how to raise money for those characters and those animation that you need to build on. And I think those are great opportunities for Japan to actually contribute through tokenization. So we will see a lot more deep tech opportunities coming out of Japan through tokenizations, a lot more anime and IP that's going to come out of tokenization. So I see that disrupting the Japanese stock exchange.
Sandeep, I appreciate your context on the Japanese markets. I want to talk more about the theme that you guys talked about, these treasury deals. It seems to be the hot thing on the market right now. I know us at DNA, we're working on something like 8, a single time. I want to get your take on how long you think this will last, and if you do think it's going to last a while, how do you think it's going to change? What do you think it's going to look like a year or 2 from now?
As I just mentioned, I think that this DAT trend will not last for that long, because if you just have the underlying assets, it's like sooner or later, I think the Web2 traditional investor will be figuring out that there's no real revenue, because like the old way that because I was an investment banker background, so back then you look into when you're evaluating a stock to buy, you look into the revenue, you look at the probabilities, you look at their margins, PE, PB, or EV over EBITDA, any kind of these valuation to evaluate a stock price. But when you have a stock that only have a PB instead of there's never there's the financial statement, you only have the balance sheet, you don't have an income statement, the revenue is always zero. So I think the DAT model, you still need to be figuring out a way that you are still yielding a real revenue. Whether you are structuring a DAT that, for example, if you are staking, if regulatory is allowed, whether you could be moving your underlying assets to be doing some of the liquid farmings or liquid stakings, and that will be yielding the extra yields. Then that will be making kind of a sense. And Bitcoin is a digital assets. It could be serving as a digital gold. That's what MicroStrategy is doing. But as for Naka, it is they are also integrating some other of their business line that is providing the real revenue. So I think in the shorter term, if you're doing just a pure DAT without a real a revenue generation ability, without any yields, it's probably not going to be sustaining. So I think that there are just so many DAT going on right now in all over the world right now. So in across in Asia, in Japan, you have already a few DAT. I think Korea is also applying a few DATs. Thailand's across the world, there are just too many DAT. Also in the Nasdaq, just with different kind of underlying tokens. But is that going to be long lasting? I think that it has already proven that some of the share price is not really sustaining. So I think that in the longer term, this trend will not be lasting. So you need to be I think a lot of DAT, they still need to be figuring out a way of making the real revenue, so that your share price will be justifying for investor to look and invest. Yeah.
Makes sense. Would you say, Deng, I guess this is a question for you, would you compare this to almost like a pump and dump?
I wouldn't compare it to pump and dump. Firstly, I agree with Anne in saying that I think the floodgate is open. There are very, very institutional players. There are some speculative player. You will see tiers of players there. I think for the major players, they will be still around to stay, but their price will experience fluctuation. How long they can go, as I alluded earlier, it all depends on, in the short term, how much money they can raise from the capital market. If they cannot sustain that, their flywheel, as they describe it, will no longer continue.
Makes sense. Ladies and gents, we are actually out of time. I apologize, Sandeep, Deng. Thank you guys so much. It was great having a conversation with you today. And they're going to be here. If anyone has any questions for them or interested in their strategies, they're around. But thank you for listening in.
Thank you.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome.
DNA. I've been in the crypto space for longer than I can remember at this point, and for the most part I've kind of been on my own, doing my own thing. And I joined DNA about 6 months ago to work with the projects and help advisory, and as a venture partner, the thing that really attracted me to crypto in the beginning was the way it opens doors for people that were not previously possible. You know, the ICO boom in 2016, 2017 let people have access to things that they could not previously. DNA is a key player in this, and building the bridge from Web3 to Web2, from TradFi to DeFi, and it's been a real honor to be a part of it. I'm loving it, and we're going to talk with some of our portfolio companies. Toby.
Thank you.
Toby, please tell us a little bit about PaxSwap, about yourself, and about how you ended up here on this stage today.
So, okay, where do I start? I ended up here on this stage because I was doing a telecoms business from 2012 to 2017 with a Norwegian computer scientist who had been digging into blockchain for a number of years. And I do these trips every year. I normally do Ibiza, and I did, it was India at the time, now it's Thailand. And he was on this trip, and it was a mixture of friends and people that would work with, and he was coming along and explaining blockchain to me. And he had a L2 cross-computation platform, and he convinced me to write a check. That check was $500,000 at the end of 2017, and I ended up leading the project starting in May of 2018, and that turned into $28 million.
Like so many people in this room, you know, when you see those sorts of numbers that, you know, shouldn't even be possible, becoming possible, it changes things.
It was like a rabbit hole.
Right. So what is PaxSwap? What do you all do?
Okay, so PaxSwap is the cross-chain Uniswap that supports native BTC, and it trades up to a 95% discount to TorChain, Maya Protocol, and Chainflip, up to a 45% discount for Uniswap, and it trades at a similar price as a newbie on a SEX.
So when you say it trades at a discount, can you explain what that means?
Absolutely. So most of these DEXs, especially the cross-chain DEXs, rely upon legacy architecture, which takes into account validator sets, number one. Number two, they then lock up significant amounts of capital for minimum terms. In TorChain's case, that's $400 million for a minimum of 3 months with over 100 validators. And there's a cost associated with both the validator sets and the capital that's being locked up. And that cost is then passed down to the retail swappers. That's an average price of 2.5%. And as a result, SEXs win.
So you kind of touched on it there, but there are a lot of DEXs out there. You know, there's Uniswap, there's SushiSwap, PancakeSwap. Why do we need another DEX? You know, it seems like all of these are doing cross-chain already interoperable. And I know you touched on it there with price point, but why do we need another DEX?
Well, DEXs at this moment in time only have a very small part of market share, which comes down to price. So we're in a decentralized space. Arguably, the swapping of tokens should remain in the decentralized space. And that's not the case at the moment. SEXs are winning 95% of the market.
Yeah, because it's cheaper.
It's cheaper.
Yeah.
That's it, as simple as that. So for a first time, we're a comparable price to a SEX in the decentralized space. We don't have any of the overhead of KYC, stuck funds, MiCA travel rules.
So what kind of fees are we talking? Like if I wanted to swap, let's say, $1,000 from Bitcoin into Ethereum, how much does that cost?
30 to 40 bips.
Really?
Spot on. All on chain, all verifiable, working now.
What's the security look like on that? You know, where can a user, where can this fall apart?
Well, it's interesting because all these legacy systems that I refer to that have validator sets, we've replaced that with a cross-chain reactive smart contract framework. So now you can collateralize smart contracts. And that's what's taken 8 years to go and build proprietary from scratch. So it is our belief, because effectively validated sets can be looked at like bridges. Bridges are relying upon a consensus mechanism that has weaker security than the underlying L1s. We rely upon the consensus of the underlying L1s and inject the cross-chain reactors smart contract framework into it. And so we believe the security is actually greater than the existing setups.
Yeah, it feels like there's a different bridge hack every other week. You know, bridges are kind of like the kryptonite of the blockchain.
Exactly.
You know, it's the one area where there's billions of dollars just sitting there, and some hacker somewhere who's finds the flaw and figures it out can take the money. How do you all solve for that?
So we just don't have the validator sets. So using a technology that has been around as long as blockchain, which is referee delegation of computation, RDoC, and this effectively is a binary option. It goes through and sieves out the problem, so it did or did not happen at the end of it. So we've injected this into the technology, fully integrated it, and then the cross-chain reactor smart contracts monitor live 24/7 the events of what's happening on the underlying L1s, including the assets living on those chains, and then it reacts to that at the L2. So it's an entirely different architecture to having many, many validators down in a row that acts as an escrow situation. This new architecture is replacing that. It is more efficient, but it is a proprietary build from scratch.
Is the capital still locked up on both sides, and what opportunities are there for people to provide liquidity, to get involved? What, kind of how does that work?
So the collateral behind the swaps is held in the native token of the underlying protocol, which is the CWeb. So we enable retail market makers to come in. They go on the bid side of a trade as a market maker, and then they purchase collateral, and then they can earn on the collateral that they're posting, as well as becoming effectively a retail market maker in the upstream, downstream scenario.
What kind of yield can you get on that?
Sorry?
What kind of yield? Like what percentage for the market makers? Is there any?
We believe that it's a competitive market at the end of the day, but we believe they're going to be in the range of 20 to 35% a month.
Where are you at right now? Is it done? Is it built? Has it been audited? What stage are you at today?
Built, shipped. The limits are relatively low as we build the traffic up, and the community marketing exercise is kicking off tomorrow. And we are looking at TGE before the end of the year.
TGE. What is the name of the token? What does it do? And tell me about that.
Okay, it's the PackSwap token. And what it does is, part of the collateral is deducted down and goes into a fee pool, 10 basis points on every trade. That fee pool is then growing. Now that fee pool is being accumulated in the token of the underlying protocol. To be able to access the fee pool, you have to burn the PackSwap token.
So it's deflationary?
You got it. So as the market cap of the fee pool begins to approach the market cap of the project, that opens up opportunities for traders to arb.
What capacity do you have right now? So like, can someone swap 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 10,000?
Listen, I've been in payments for many years, and so what we want to do is try and take this slow to begin with. There are a couple of pairs in there with $20,000 limits. The majority is at $2,000 limits, but we'll be raising that up very, very quickly over the coming months.
That leads into my next question. What is your plan for growth? Where do you go from here?
So we've got 8 merchants, which are good for between $3 and $10 million a day being integrated at this moment in time. And then once we prove those flows on a daily basis, which puts us around about chain flips level, then we're already in touch, Trust Wallet, 1inch, Kyber Swap. And this is a least cost routing model effectively. So if we are the cheapest, which we are, then we just simply win their traffic. And if you think 1inch is doing $400 million a day, I mean, you begin to be able to stack the numbers relatively easily.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and that kind of leads into my next question. Like I said earlier, you've got some very big competitors. You've got aggregators out there, you've got the big dogs, so to say, how do you start to compete with them?
They integrate us.
Okay.
So most of these guys are looking, if you look at Portal to Bitcoin, for example, they're not building the technology from scratch. These are integrations with their layer over on top of it. We are exceptionally happy for third parties to integrate us.
How do they do that?
We have full sets of API documents. In the first instance, we're holding their hands. With every new integration that comes along, everyone wants a little bit of customization. They want you to refine your documentation. So it's going to be a process there for the next 4 to 6 months. And then when that happens, we hope that it's good enough that people can just come along, pick up on the APIs, and do direct integrations without us holding their hands.
So 6 months from now, looking back at today, what would have had to occur for this next 6 months to be a huge success for PackSwap?
Raising up the limits, having enough liquidity on the platform, making sure nothing breaks.
That's always the goal.
Fingers crossed.
Anything else that we should know? How can people get involved today? You said you got a TGE coming up. Where can we learn more about that? How can somebody start using PackSwap? Where can we get involved?
DNA Deal Desk, and yeah.
Check out DNA Deal Desk, everybody.
Packswap.io.
Packswap.io. Toby Gilbert, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I think up next.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event.
Very excited to have you here. Could you please explain what OWN is? Tell us about yourself, Katya. How did you get here on the stage today?
Thank you, and I'm really excited to be here. My name is Katya Zaitsev. I am the co-founder and COO of OWN app. OWN is a social media app that's like TikTok but decentralized, where you 100% own your followers and your content. You earn up to 50% more than any other platform via in-app purchases and also via our own token. And you can go viral with 0 followers through our gamified ranking system, all based on merit on a weekly basis.
Amazing, thank you. So social media has become such a big part of our lives in many ways. Like I was saying earlier with Toby, there's some very big competitors. It feels like it's a very, very uphill battle. How do you plan to compete with the big ones? How do you go against Facebook, Instagram, TikTok? Do you plan to work with them? What is your position there?
Well, I don't think we could work with them. I think we have to kill them.
I love it. I love it.
To be honest with you. Timing is in our favor right now. I think that we're currently at a phase where a lot of creators, users, or individuals are really understanding what's going on in the world in terms of online identity, who owns and controls your data, demonetization, getting banned for no reason.
It's wild.
It's wild. We're seeing it happen all the time, and we've gone through a shift now where creators are the brands, are the new media, and they need to be treated as creators first. So going up against these big players we're obviously not there yet, but hasn't been so difficult, because when TikTok had the 3 fake bans, what it did for us is created the uncertainty for creators, but also education of the problem. And it also created borders around social media platforms where it's banned in certain areas, some locations you can monetize, some you can't. And that education was made for us. And then we started just adopting those users by just sending them a DM or creating a video on TikTok, going viral, and getting thousands and tens of thousands of downloads overnight. So it's an uphill battle, but timing is on our side. And what we're doing, our strategy is creating our owners, which they coined themselves, by the way. So instead of TikTokers, we have owners that are diehard fans. 29% have deleted their social media platforms.
29%.
29% of our users to really commit on building their audience and channel on OWN, which is really big at this stage. And getting the best partners like DNA, like Wall Street Bets, like Beatbox to come on board and be along this mission of the next phase of the creator economy.
So you touched on something that is close to my heart, because I've seen so many of my friends and colleagues over the past 7 or 8 years deal with debanking, deplatforming, etc. Was there any specific event or specific moment that made you realize that we needed an option like OWN, that we needed something to allow people who are building their businesses and building their lives online to have ownership over it rather than building it in somebody else's house?
I think for me personally, I saw this problem a long time ago, as I'm sure you have, and a lot of people in this room, and seeing it happen over the past couple years with political leaders and people like Andrew Tate, even though let's disagree or agree with him, whatever, still it's wrong.
They banned the president from Twitter.
That's you can't do that, especially that he didn't do anything illegal. It's freedom of speech. So I think those moments have, we were building already before then, and they were just working together in our favor to kind of move along with our mission. But it's what those moments did is woken up a lot of creators to understand, but also it's gotten worse because it's not only banning the president, it's also saying gun or period.
You see people today bleeping out certain words that aren't even swear words or anything like that. So on the freedom of speech thing, it's freedom of speech is a core value, but also we have to make sure that there's not illegal content. How do you all deal with that? How do you make sure that the content on OWN is compliant with the laws while still allowing freedom of expression?
Yeah, and that's a good question. I'm happy you brought that up. So in our terms and conditions, we make sure that, we accept freedom of speech, but there's no sexual content allowed or any kind of illegal content, of course, or any kind of murder substance and so on and so forth. So that's already there. We have content moderation, but we also leverage AI to screen it before the content's even posted. So if that content does come up, it won't even make it to the feed, which is really important. If something does make it over the feed, because sometimes it can, of course, we have a content moderation reporting system that will right away remove it. They get a couple warnings and then they'll get banned. But if they do get banned, they will not lose their followers or their content that they created. They'll still keep it in their decentralized cluster system and then could use it to other platforms, but not on ours.
So you're saying that people own their audience?
They actually own their
I
audience
love it.
and their content.
So with that, what sort of traction are you getting? How many users do you have right now? How much are they using it? Are they scrolling? Are they up at night like they are on TikTok?
They are. It's actually we couldn't believe it, honestly. So we're in beta still. So we have 60,000 users right now, and 30% of them, sometimes even 40% daily active users. Up to 50% weekly active, and between 70 and 90 monthly active users.
How much time are they spending every day on the app?
They're at least 19 minutes up to 2 hours. It's really long on the app, and people are posting up to 10 times more than a day, trying to go up the ranks. And at this stage, and we have some of our content creators go on lives and talk about us, saying how they're sharing their affiliate links just overnight without us asking, and they have millions of followers, and they're just getting their users to go and be like, this is the next big thing. Go and build your audience and followers on the app, and because this is where everything is going to move towards, and which is really exciting because we haven't really spent any money on marketing yet. So
that's amazing. So a couple questions there. Is it Web 2? Is it built on the blockchain? What is the OWN token, and how can people get involved today?
Okay, so yes, it is. It's through our own proprietary system that we built. It is called the Ethernet. It's a peer-to-peer decentralized cluster consensus layer. It's not an open system, but our own token is built on an L2 base, which is going to be live in about 8 weeks. That will be launching with DNA. If you
Doing a TG?
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah. So, and that will be, we'll be announcing more on Korea Blockchain Week on stage with you guys, and which is really exciting. If you guys want to learn more.
Stay tuned, come to Korea.
Yeah. If you want to learn more, though, you could go on our website on www.ownapp.co. You can already earn tokens right now if you get on the app and you get an affiliate link and you share the link. Every person that you bring on to the app, you get 3 tokens.
So users and creators can earn the own token, is
Yes.
that right?
Yep, users and creators can earn the token.
What is the URL? Where can people sign up?
URL, yeah, it's for the app. Yeah, www.ownapp.co.
This is just one of many amazing projects we are proud to support at DNA. We love building the future with companies just like Own. Thank you, Katya.
Thank you so much, Joe.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
On the digital plane. Again, please come to. I'm going to give it 1 more minute before we begin. Kim, can you help me, please? Without further ado, I would like to introduce to you Mr. Yatsu to stage, accompanied by Mr. Chris Maglino. Please come to stage and help us become inspired with change.
Thank you, Chandani. Hello, everybody. How are you? You guys good? Yeah? Okay. So, welcome. Thank you for visiting with us today.
It's always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
I just wanted to share with you, because I've been thinking about our talk, and I've seen you speak many different times, and I've watched you on many different videos and things, and I just wanted to say that I find you to be a very humble person, a very wise, intelligent person. I find you to be a very empathetic person from what I've seen of you, and I just want to say I appreciate the person that you are in your role that you play in such an important role in crypto, and the person that you bring to this community. So I wanted to just say thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I thought that one thing that was interesting in some of the conversations that I've seen you talk in was kind of your upbringing and your background, right? It was kind of a unique kind of place to be. I thought maybe you could share a little bit about that with the audience here.
Sure. I'm Chinese, but I actually was born and raised in Austria in the 70s. So I've been around the block. And what was also interesting about being growing up in the 70s and the 80s in Austria was that it was right at the border of what used to be essentially Western Europe and Eastern Europe. So we still essentially had the Iron Curtain. And for those of you who might be too young to even know what that was basically when Europe, half of Europe was basically communist. I know a lot of people could today compare socialism to communism if you've not seen communism. My mom used to work at the Komische Oper on the eastern side of Berlin, and I would visit her, and she's an artist, originally opera singer and then opera director, and I would see what it was like. So that definitely shaped my experience. And then of course the other thing is that I studied music. That was my first degree, and that also sort of shaped my experiences in terms of seeing the creative industries as well and seeing what happens. Because maybe just to fast forward a little bit before I got into tech, artists around the world were constantly being taken advantage of, and this is a realization I just made much later on, because they knew nothing about money, right? And you see this, so they tell an agent to do the stuff. By the way, the biggest agent for music today is Spotify, right? And we may not call them an agent, but effectively they place the role of that agent. And they extract, because the other thing that I also realized after seeing what happened in essentially, a basically a socially democratic place that had let's call it tamed form of capitalism, experiencing absolute extreme form of socialism and communism, then going to America when I was working for Atari, experiencing capitalism, then coming to Hong Kong, which at the time when I went to Hong Kong in the in the 90s, had no social security, was Milton Friedman's wet dream, and basically basically capitalism overdrive. So I've seen that entire cycle, and it kind of sort of shaped some of the thinking around money in the sense that if you don't have financial literacy, you'll always get taken advantage of because money is a new form of power. But that was something that in my generation, we never spoke of money as power. But today, with the explosion of the basically minority of people that have so much wealth relative to others, you can see how you can see it also play out in American politics as well, where money is very much a proxy for power, and maybe historically has always been, but we haven't really had a way to, and maybe just to sort of, if you are able to sort of, when we talk about decentralization, the power of decentralization, which is what attracted me to blockchain, is around decentralization of power. So if more people, for instance, sure, you might have a few whales in Bitcoin, but the fact that Bitcoin is fairly distributed across large swaths of people is the reason why that network can stay decentralized. It's not because someone has more mining power, it's the fact that the economic power that sits is reasonably distributed and people can band together, right? And when you have an oligarchic system, or when you have a system where one has all the money, then they have all the power, and then essentially you go back to a feudal system of sorts.
What instrument were you playing?
Piano, flute, and cello. Yeah, that was a long time ago, yes.
You still play it now?
Yeah, I mean, so playing music was not my passion. It was my mom's passion for me, because she was a professional musician, and she's Chinese, so Asian tiger parenting, everything. So I was forced to go through that. But I think also now that I'm a parent of my own myself, I realized that was just her way of, I guess, when parents tiger parent you, it's their way of showing love, even though it's more traumatic, right? And it took me maybe 20 years to get out of that when I had my own kids. And when I realized that, because she's an immigrant, and that's the other thing. When you're an immigrant, you're coming into a new country as a foreigner, and there's not a lot of Chinese people in Austria. There were far less back then, right? And so it was all about integrating. It was all about, and how could she protect me, theoretically? Well, I should do a job that she understands, right? And that, by the way, isn't true anymore as well. Like the jobs our kids will be doing are going to be completely different jobs. We can't even imagine what they might be. But back then, it was very normal for a parent to assume, if you're a farmer, your child's going to be a farmer. If you're an accountant, you would be an accountant. If you're a doctor, you're a doctor. My mom was an artist, so maybe I should be an artist, right? And it came from the lens of also, I can teach you, I can help you. And this is not true anymore in the same way, right? So I think the skills now are much more human skills as opposed to, let's call it, sort of mechanical skills.
So this underlying theme of having an understanding of being in an artistic community and being involved in that kind of upbringing of seeing all of these different cultures and different ways of living has really driven your view around business.
It has, but it's also made me, I think, appreciate the value of cultural capital. Perhaps that maybe if you start from finance first, you might not appreciate the same way. Right, so when you think of, if you're in the 1 or 2 percentile of people who start with money, as in you're in banking and finance, then you look at everything in fairly economic terms. But most of the world does not look at it in economic terms. Right? There's value, but it's not looked at in a money sense. And you see it more amplified in places like, for instance, Europe and also Japan. So the attitude in Japan about money is very different than it is, say, for instance, in Hong Kong or New York, in those financial centers. So that means that the way you treat people, the power you have, isn't only based on money. For instance, in Japan, you might give a lot of credit and reputation to someone who has great craft and great ability, but he doesn't have to be the richest person in the world, kind of thing, right? Whereas in other societies, your balance sheet is actually more of an equivalent of power and deference than maybe your craft. And that has a lot, but most people would gravitate towards and respect the craft, as it were, right? And I think that's another element where even the people who have wealth eventually want to create symbolic and cultural capital to represent that. Right, so for instance, if someone is a millionaire, there is no differentiation between a 1 millionaire, 5 millionaire, or 10 millionaire, or even 100 millionaire. And we recognize that someone who has 100 million has more money and arguably power than the one who has 5 million. However, he's still called a millionaire. You go from millionaire to billionaire. What do? Well, they buy art, they choose to live in a certain place, they give to philanthropy. So the distinction becomes more. And what do they care about is their reputation and their social standing. Right? So it's social currency. And money is actually really, I would say, a social currency. So we understand money as a social currency. It's what glues people together. The fact that I can do business with you, begin a transaction. So we also believe that humans are, transactional in every way. It could be transactional in a relational way, but it's still a transaction. And money introduces that transaction. So maybe I don't know about Japan, but for instance, in Hong Kong or in US, it's very normal to make friendships through business. How do you start it? Well, I want to sell you something. And maybe it's just a transaction, but then I begin a relationship. It's like the communication starter, right? The icebreaker of a relationship. And money has done this to the world, and is probably still the largest social communication platform of sorts.
So what do you think that the blockchain environment can do to facilitate the enhancement of society across that, since you've seen?
There's so many. So I don't think we have enough time to go over all of them. But maybe I would focus on a few things. So the very first thing I would say is that, how we got into the space is that it's very difficult. Like, we live in capitalism. We live in a capitalist world. And yet the majority of our society is not actually capitalist. And by that, I don't mean that you live in a capitalist space, but you don't own capital. And I think Japan's a great example of that. Most of the people here still live in a labor economy. They work for their money, and that's okay, but they don't invest. And I think the global statistics of people who actually have an investment portfolio is under 10% in the world. So the people who have investments, if you look at the increasement of capital versus labor, clearly capital has done this. Labor has done actually this. And the reason it's done this is because of money printing, because of inflation, right? Wages aren't accelerating the way that capital has gone up. But if you were actually a capitalist and you understood investing in money, you would have been investing the first money you would have made, even if it was a small amount, to participate in that growth, right? So what we need to do is bring more people into the world of capital, which means that they have to become property owners, right? The basis of capitalism starts with owning some form of property. But what property can they own that can be something that we all participate in? And that's basically digital assets. So it's harder for someone, if you have this in Hong Kong or London or New York or even Tokyo, like for a young person to own land, which is the classic form of property that people think of. It's impossible. And in the arc of history, every time that you want to solve for that problem, you have revolution, land redistribution, right? You just look at that over time, right? So what is that type of land, as a metaphor, that we can give to people that is actually valuable? And that's basically digital assets. And the conclusion we came to is we spend most of our time online, we're mostly virtual. The value that is generated from virtual real estate in the form of advertising alone is about $1 trillion a year, and is owned by about 5 or 6 companies. Right? Well, I mean, Google, Meta, Facebook, you know, those types, right? That's actually what they own, right? So if you can actually distribute that, but not in a socialist way, just in a way of how can I own a stake in it? So we can't own a stake in the networks that we participate in, and blockchain is a way to do that, right? So you can, so that's kind of one example of that. But the other thing you can do is you can actually now intellectually, so I go back to this other form of property that is virtual, that we can't hold, because the criticism is, but it's virtual, it's not physical. The largest growth in capital has been in intellectual property. Intellectual property today is a $68 trillion market, which is anywhere from 8 to 10 times gold. Right? So it's more valuable than gold. And that's entirely based on virtual product. But the reason why it can exist is because it's something you can now protect. So there's a legal system that protects your intellectual property, trade secrets, patents, whatever. And so you can build a property right on it. And then an artist, you know, like if you didn't have property rights for music, you wouldn't have Taylor Swift, you wouldn't have the Beatles, you wouldn't have Michael Jackson, you wouldn't have the movie industry, right? It wouldn't be possible, right? And that innovation really started about 400 or 500 years ago with the Statute of Anne, where they were for the first time creating a copyright framework for books. Because people used to write books that were printed, but the author didn't have copyright protection. So he wasn't able to generate money from that, and then someone would just rip it off, right? And so that law allowed them to do it. So they established property rights around this, and then from that, wealth creation was possible. So the problem, though, with that framework is that it costs money in the current system to create intellectual property rights. You need a lawyer, you need conveyancing, you need that stuff. So unless you make $50,000 to $100,000 a year on this product, or you think you will, it's not worth making a $20,000, $30,000 minimum investment to do that, right? So there's a cap on what you can protect intellectually. But with blockchain, you can basically create a frame of ownership of original creation at basically $1, which I think is even more relevant in the age of AI, where AI is basically taking all sorts of data from everyone, and it's not giving any attribution, right? I mean, you use ChatGPT, you might get a link, but actually it should give you attribution directly as to where it got the source from. And through blockchain, you could give it a reward as well when you do that. So I'll give you some esoteric examples, but it's interesting. For instance, teachers in Venezuela can start making content. They can create intellectual property protection on it through the blockchain. They might only make $10 a year, but then someone might be buying it for a 10 or 20% yield, so they'll buy it for $50 to $100, which is basically the foundation of IP rights and the foundation of real estate, right? Like, remember, our real estate cost was not as expensive as it is today, right? So it developed over time because of the demand that came from those type of property rights. So to extend that. Or we have another portfolio company that, again, funny one, where they basically were protecting their dance moves, right? And it sounds very strange to protect your dance moves, but dance
some are good.
Right, no, some are good, but the inspiration of the story of this company called DanceFight was that the dancer had his moves stolen by Fortnite. And he played Fortnite, and he saw his dance move, and he's like, wait, that's my move. I invented, I created that. And then he, of course, sort of messaged Epic, and he got nothing, of course. Because not only could he not prove it, there was no legal system around it or anything to do that. The blockchain would solve that. So you can see how that framework can essentially create an intellectual property and a protection of property rights all over that the blockchain can enable, not just through virtual and digital assets. And the final point I'll say is, and that's why I said it's a big topic, there's a lot more to say about this, is that there's a new kind of asset that has come into existing, and that's the networked asset. This asset didn't exist before, wasn't possible through tokens. So that means that if I own something like Ethereum, I'm not only owning something that is buildable and composable, I'm owning a part of a network which I get value from when I participate in that network, and every token's the same, even a meme coin, whether it's worth a lot or worth little. When I own the token, I'm actually now a member of that network, and I can take advantage and benefit from that. I become a member of this network asset. And this asset class didn't exist before blockchain came about. And it's powerful because everything in the world is a network effect. Even us here in this room is a network effect that we couldn't enumerate before. But through tokens and blockchain, now there is a value that you can attest to, whether it's worth a lot or little. Your friendship circle, your company, right? So meaning that if Instagram, as an example, were to be tokenized, the value of the token of that network of Instagram would be multiple times that what perhaps its value would be inside Facebook, because the only value there is how much I can extract from it from advertising. It doesn't give you the benefit of the value of that network, right? The old world example I give is kind of like a shopping mall, right? You own a shopping mall, you can get rent, but you don't own the network effects of all the businesses that are within it, right? And a token can enumerate that. And the digital world is all about networks.
Do you think we see that? And do you think we see a distribution of these social networks and the ownership of
Yes.
on a Web3 basis?
So I think social networks are being totally disrupted, but in a different way. People think of a social network in the concept of a product like Facebook or Instagram, and that's one way to express it. But every token is a social network. The first framing, though, is money. So I come in because of money. But then later on, I have relations. You see how tribal people are on Bitcoin, right? I mean, I don't need to know, for instance, whether, you know, how much Bitcoin you have, but I can prove you have a Bitcoin, I have a Bitcoin, you have a Bitcoin, then we're all part of the network. And you can see how that connection comes from the fact that we have now something at stake, right? As opposed to, you know, pretending, right? Which is the other thing in social media, we try to fake our status. We pay for Instagram likes, right? We bought basically follows because we want to have a certain number of status to prove it, as opposed to something that you would be totally provable on blockchain. So I would argue every token is essentially a network and is a form of a social network. NFTs maybe are more defined, but they're all forms of these networks that maybe you need systems to organize. And so the powerful thing about L1 and L2s is that they create this social platform, and then people self-organize with applications and software on top. So Ethereum in itself isn't what is a social network, and then people build applications on top of Ethereum to create essentially that framing and create those networks and products. Not that dissimilar from Facebook having an API, except the difference is that every developer owns a piece of it, as opposed to here, Facebook owns everything and all the value is generated from it, which is obviously not a good deal.
And on this, the ownership of the asset side and owning everything, do you think that the core of this comes from the gaming background? I mean, right? Because in the gaming world, everything could be for sale inside of the game, right? Everybody could own something, and that on the most root level could be the start of this conversation that you're having, and it's an easy way for people to own a certain type of weapon or a certain type of shield or something of the sort, and that could be the beginning of this vision that you're having of property rights across the world.
So I think the reason why property rights or ownership works is because innately, I think all humans desire it. Right? It's a reason why capitalism has won over communism, for example, because communism is all about the abolishment of property rights in the name of equality, right? That's the idea. But it turns out that you can't, because humans want property rights. They want to own, and they want to own a stake in something. And I would argue the very first form of ownership that we have as humans is our own name. So if you think about the history, the arc of human history, most of us, if you look just, I don't know, 500 or 1,000 years ago, didn't have a last name, right? That's why your last name might be related to the city you're in or the profession you're in, right? So we owned our first name and our last name, and that was the beginning of our journey. We own ourselves first, away from slavery and feudalism, then into basically areas of, well, what else can I own? I own this house, I own this property, I own this thing, and then build a foundation from it. So you didn't need someone to establish the framework. Innately, we wanted to have ownership of this. Like, that's something that we want and need, right? So the digital framework on gaming makes sense, but I look at gaming almost more like a skeuomorphic form of digital asset conversion. So meaning that's not about teaching people about ownership. I think we all want ownership. It's just more like it's easy to tell a gamer why virtual currency has value in the form of a token, and why, you know, gaming skins, which you value, could be NFTs as a form of property right. Like, a gamer thinks he owns that already. So it's an easy transition form. But in the future, we don't think it's about that. Like, it's much more broader than that. It's just an easy way to onboard. And so we're using these interfaces because a gamer can understand that, right? So I say it's kind of skeuomorphic, but it's not the end point.
So many companies have tried to do this ownership of data, of your own data, right? And it seems like it's a tough one for the market to grab onto. While it seems like it would be the best one for the consumer to grab onto, because everybody has so much data, but nobody's really succeeded at that yet. What do you think the challenge there is?
So I think the challenge is because we don't understand how data works, and that the most valuable thing from data isn't your data, but it's what your data derives. So, you know, and I think there's an interesting example with Instagram, where in Europe, because of privacy laws, they're forcing you to say if you don't want your data to be shared, then you have to pay, I think it's 8 or 9 euros a month, right? So that's an easy translation. It's probably already discounted. Easy translation as to your data, at least for Facebook, is worth, you know, something like $100 right? But that's only what you post over there, right? But the real value is the derivative that comes from it, and the ultimate value is you as a customer. Right? So, so how do I translate this? Well, we spend $1 trillion in advertising today. For what purpose? To acquire a customer, right? Who gets that money? Not the customer. That money goes to the platform that supposedly finds you, right? Whether it's Apple, Facebook, Google, whatever, right? But the profile that I find you as a customer is what? It's your data, right? It's where you go, where you live, how much money you make, and so I'm targeted as that. Now, we've been looking at it the wrong way. We've been looking at, oh, what does my data generate? But that's not the point, at least in this example. In this example, the point is the derivative of the data is what you're worth to someone else, right? Whether it's a platform that wants to use your data to create an algorithm, or whether it's a company that wants to acquire you as a customer, right? So if you are, for instance, someone who has the ability to buy a Lamborghini, right? Since we're in crypto, let's talk about Lambos, right? Right? You're worth a lot, right? And how do we get them in the traditional world? We throw gala parties. We spend thousands of dollars, if not tens of thousands of dollars, to try to acquire someone who'll spend $1 million item, or a Christie's or the Sotheby's, that kind of stuff, right? And if you're lower down the food chain, maybe then, you know, I'll spend $50. Like, how much do credit card companies pay to acquire a customer to become their credit card customer, for instance? Anywhere from $50 to $100, sometimes $250 per customer you acquire. In gaming, the average cost of a paid user is over $80 US for lifetime value, right? $80, right? Now imagine this gamer doesn't play one game. He plays 10, 20, 30 games a year, right? So you add that up, if he pays and spends money in that game, just for the gaming industry, he's worth hundreds of dollars, maybe $500. Add up every aspect in which you're being targeted in advertising, you're worth thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars, right? Now, there's nothing wrong with an intermediary getting a fee, but they get 100% of the fee, right? That's what your data is worth. But of course, media executives don't talk about that, because they don't want you to think about advertising as data that should be paid to you. They think of it as data as, oh, but your photos can be used for face recognition and for tagging, and that's de minimis in value, right? And that is a value, but it's small. It's the advertising industry. That $1 trillion ought to be an asset that is owned by most of the world, because you're the target, right? Now, this is what happens with airdrops. So in the last 4 years, over close to $50 billion worth of airdrops was given, basically from platforms and from token platforms and gaming and L1, L2. And you might say, this is like a lot of money that you're just giving out. But it's really just the inverse of advertising. I'm giving you a token, whether it's $50, $100, or $1,000, so that you can use it in my platform, or you're engaging, you're creating promotion. So you're really, what you're doing is you're paying people to come to your platform. But how is that different from paying advertising? Not different at all. And then they create noise and create more network effects that come from that, right? But the difference is that when you give money to a user, a real user, not a bot, that's a different story, but a real user, the chances of that user reinvesting it in your ecosystem or spending money on it is infinitely higher. Because, for instance, in the gaming industry, how much does Google, Apple, or Facebook put back in the gaming industry? Zero. How much money does a gamer that is advertised from these platforms get in value from, you know, advertising? Zero, right? So, but if you pay the gamer directly, he will put it back into the game. And even if it's only 10 or 20%, that gamer will have had made a certain amount of money that he will put into another game, right? And you see this with stimulus funding. When you're putting out, when the government is basically giving free money, so to speak, to everyone, do people put it in a savings account? They spend, right? Because of mental accounting. So they spend it on, I don't know, a bag, or they go to a fancy restaurant, or they do stuff, which is the whole point. That's why it works. And exactly the same thing with tokens, which is, and it recycles. And that's the power. And I think, therefore, it's an inevitable train, because once that cycle begins, you can't stop it.
So how do we transition people? Because this data thing has been a little bit of a challenge, right? For me, it sounds very logical that everybody should own their own data and there should be ecosystems to allow us to do that. What's the first thing that could transition the people that aren't sitting here in this environment, just the regular audience, to start owning property rights? Like what do you envision as the base level?
So there are two major hurdles on any kind of property rights, including digital property rights, I think we need to overcome. But the very first one is financial literacy. So most of the world is not financially literate. Now, I don't mean to say that they don't have access to financial tools like a bank account. I think there's a misnomer to think that just because I'm banked, I have financial literacy. As I said earlier, the global population, the number of people that actually have any kind of investment portfolio is under 10%, right? And some places like US is higher, like maybe 40 or 50%. But still, half of Americans don't have an investment portfolio. I mean, that's wild that essentially the center of capitalism, ostensibly, has a huge percentage of their population that doesn't invest, that isn't involved in the capital market, right? So you need to have that understanding first, because then you can look at everything from the lens of investing. Like understand that, oh, okay, I need to, this time is worth something, right? Therefore, I should be paid or have value for that. So it starts with that thinking first. Then the second one is it should be something that interests you. So we've seen this like with gaming, for instance, what you saw with Axie Infinity, and it's coming back, right? What's interesting about that platform is that people in the Philippines who never had a bank account because they couldn't, which is $5 or $10 a month, now had a crypto wallet, could be financially banked through essentially an activity that they might have enjoyed, like playing a game, and then ended up learning about money. And I think the disconnection often has been around, okay, I can onboard you with an easier MetaMask or like a more straightforward approach or make it invisible. But they need to understand why. And the why starts with financial literacy. So our hurdle is, how do we make people more financially literate? Which is why if you're in the finance world, it's easier for you to roll into crypto. Which is why when you're in Hong Kong or New York or London, it's easier for you to get into crypto because every person is already thinking financially. But if you go to Europe, right, like Germany for instance, most people don't even think about it. And frankly, I think Japan has some of that problem because a lot of people here, again, are not financially literate. They have money, but they're not financially literate. They don't understand inflation, they don't have to worry about it, they don't have an investment portfolio, right? So we have to begin with that. And I think gaming is a way of educating it. So it's storytelling, right? So if you basically teach people about that, then I think you have a better chance of onboarding them. So I think that's the key thing. And so when you create a game or an application and gamify it, then you make it fun, you make it easy to understand, and you learn, and then you basically go through that journey. I think that's the important part. It's not making it simple. It's around educating the user into the world of money.
So I know we don't have much time left, so I want to get kind of a question about kind of where you see things going now in crypto. Lots of financing is changing inside the crypto world, right? Not as much ICOs happening as there is public market, centralized finance kind of things happening, right? It seems like a lot of money is being put into the markets there. Where do you see kind of like this next phase of decentralization and finance going?
So a couple of things. First, it may not be in the form of the ICO, but the launch of tokens is bigger and faster than ever before, right? And the mental model to think about token launches for most of them is a little bit like launching websites. Right? So if you remember back in the 90s, the number of websites we had were in the thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, and today they're in the billions. And I say billions not because we have a billion websites in the old way, like HTTP, but billions because every Instagram profile, every Facebook profile, every TikTok page is essentially a new kind of website, right? It's basically a web presence that focuses on attention. And that will be demonstrated in the form of a token, whether it has like Mr. Beast style sort of following, or whether it has like, I don't know, like only 5,000 or 1,000 type of following, right? And when you saw the launch of the Kanye token, right, for instance, which we can say, oh, it's a meme coin, whatever, the value of the Kanye token or the Trump token, meme as it is representative of the network effect and the network value that is representative with that community. Of course, there are services that have to come to it if it wants to enhance it, but that's essentially what that market framing is like, right? So, and you know, it's, what is it, Kanye's market cap token, regardless of whether you like it or not, is what, $700 or $800 million, right? So that to me doesn't sound ridiculous given Kanye's brand, right? Even though some people say it should be worth more or less, whatever that may be, right? So what comes next? Well, in a world where you have mass tokenization of everything, what are the assets that you can mass onboard people? And that's why so many people focus on RWAs. When you think of stablecoins as the initial genesis RWA, if you will, that has really probably the best product market fit, it's easy for someone to understand that their physical dollar could now become a virtual dollar if it's backed one-to-one. Very easy, right? Even if it's not the end point for crypto, it's an easy onboarder, right? And that's why people are now looking at real estate, or in our case, we're looking at, for instance, tokenizing student loans. Again, it's easy for people to understand, oh, I tokenize a student loan, I can sell it on to someone else, but also the student then basically receives a loan through crypto, he has a wallet, he learns about money, he gets onboarded, right? These are all elements around that, but it starts with something that you already do and understand, which is why gaming is interesting, because I'm already playing a game. So it's easy for me to understand. The difference, though, is that it's not, it's a new game. So that's why the hurdle is a bit more challenging, because you have to excite people to try a new game, as opposed to if it was an existing game, right? And which, by the way, next year we think is going to be interesting because of the launch of GTA 6. And GTA 6 is going to be the biggest game launch ever in the history of games, much anticipated. But the key is not that sort of Take-Two is going to launch their own token. The fact that the US has now opened up towards it means that there's no reason anymore to block tokens, which is before what all these game companies used to do. But they allow this thing called RP service, roleplay service, where you can run your own server. And so you can imagine that many of those game platforms that have these UGC servers are going to be running crypto rails on these servers, and that would be a form of that kind of adoption. So we look at that, RWAs, of course, and then you talk about treasury companies. So this is the distinction between, you have 1 billion tokens out there, how do I know which are the tokens that I should be focusing on, right? Well, it's going to be the ones that have institutional appeal. And that's why treasury companies are important, because treasury companies are that next level of institutional certification, right? So you can't audit an L1, L2 in their accounts. That doesn't work. How do you audit Ethereum, right? It doesn't work, right? But you can audit the ownership of the asset by a firm. And if certain executives and people you trust, that essentially is running in the public company framework, then you can trust the asset itself, which doesn't just help the public company, it also helps the asset underlying, because it gives that institutional appeal. Which means we're getting back down to an area where, ironically, the public markets gives you the credibility, as it has done with essentially private companies going public, and now you have essentially with tokens going public, as it were, right? Because you're already public as a token, but now you're going institutionally public. And so you'll need that beyond ETFs, right? And so this will be the difference between, let's call it the multi-billion-dollar asset classes, which are going to be public, and most of the other token ecosystems that are going to be valuable, like an SME. Nothing wrong with a multi-million-dollar token ecosystem. It's good for a business, but it's not necessarily ready to be public as an IPO in the same way that we see with treasury companies of the bigger tokens that are out there.
So do you think there's the convergence that's happening right now is just a natural evolution, is what you're saying?
It is. It's a natural evolution, and we think it's also a natural evolution for it to move into alts as well, right? Because the alt space is the area where you have utility. So Bitcoin as a store of value, that's clear. And I don't think there's any competition around that. But when you start making money, you also want to use it and apply it somewhere. And when you have a token that basically ends up being a treasury business, you might just own it as an asset, but then you learn about it. Like how many people bought Bitcoin because, oh, I think it's a good investment, knowing very little about it. And then they started learning about the technology. And then they started saying, oh, that's interesting. And it goes back to the very first question you talked about, the principles of ownership. When you own something, you become a fan of it, right? Because you have something at stake, right? Versus some invisible like, that maybe there's a few thousand who are great fans, but most of them just like you for polite reasons or because they just react to it, but has no actual reaction to it, right? Whereas if you own something, then you actually are invested in it. And when you're invested in it, then you go deeper, right? And so this is the point. Once you're invested in a company that has a certain asset, you start learning about it, right? You don't just, like how many people might have even bought Tesla or something because, hey, it's Elon Musk, but I don't know anything about Tesla. And then they started looking into it and understanding about, oh, it's not just about cars, it's about power, it's about sustainable power, and so on, right? So the education journey begins when you have something at stake, when you have some feeling or emotion to it.
So almost like a Trojan horse the opposite way, right?
Yes,
it's like, okay, we did all these token launches, everything got launched. We built an audience around that. It's a community of people that are around that. But now it's time to expand, and it's time to bring in other people to understand the property right ownership of those particular tokens. So maybe this is just an opposite way of bringing in a much broader audience into that ownership. And so it can be very helpful for the community.
I think the acceleration of that is also visible because the people who buy those stocks are already very financially literate. So they understand money, they understand investing. So it's very natural for them to do the analysis that goes down. Like right now, when someone is investing in a treasury company, you're not just looking at, oh, this is an interesting stock with an interesting token. You want to understand the token, right? You don't just make a blind decision to buy into that because that audience is already financially literate. So, you know, we're talking about onboarding billions of people, but there are, 100 or so, 200 so million people that are in the financial world that haven't been onboarded yet, right? There's 500 million people who own crypto, but maybe only 10% of that are on chain, right? And the whole goal is to bring them on chain, and that would be the way to do that.
Step one. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us here today and taking the time to visit. So we welcome you back anytime to the DNA House. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
The truth is, having a successful TGE requires a lot of things to go right. What if you had someone in your corner who could help you navigate this process and maximize the potential outcome of your TGE? This is where DNA Advisory comes in. We work with teams across Web3, AI, crypto to turn early traction into real lasting momentum. A successful TGE takes insider knowledge and support from every angle to make the launch successful. That's where we come in. We embed with your team to help you refine tokenomics, navigate regulatory frameworks, take you on the roadshow to every major crypto event, shape go-to-market strategies, elevate brand positioning, connect you with the right exchanges, advisors, legal support, and anything else you might need along the way so that your company grows and maintains. Learn more at dnadealdesk.com. We know all the pieces that make up a successful TGE, and we're here to help you win.
Something about Cardano's vision. Does anybody want to come and hear that? We have one person in the front that really wants to hear about this. So she's very excited. I would welcome the rest of you guys to come sit down. Please come on up, and then I'll introduce the panel. Come on, welcome you guys to come on back and sit down, and then right after this, we have one more panel, and then you guys can socialize again. Hello, come on up, guys. Well, I'll start it out by introducing Wes. And Wes, I'll let you introduce the whole group. So this is Wes Parkinsons from Rare Networks. So come on up, and I'll let Wes introduce the rest of the panel.
Hello, hello, everyone. Join us here at the stage. We've got a fascinating panel today. We'll introduce the speakers. We have Philip Pond, CEO of Emergo, Adam Wasserman, VP of Investment at Input Output, and Sebastian Guillemont, CTO of Midnight. How are you gentlemen doing today?
Fantastic. Bit warm.
Yeah, bit warm, jam-packed WebX, and a very elegant DNA house here.
I'm shocked at how hot it is here.
I know, coming from Bali. So today we have a great panel, and we'll jump right into it. Cardano's journey has always been closely tied to Japan, where some of its earliest supporters, community members, and investors helped shape its foundation, and now listed in the US as a national reserve cryptocurrency by the Trump administration. This month, as Japan prepares to launch its first Japanese yen-pegged stablecoin under a progressive regulatory framework, the country once again finds itself at the forefront of financial innovation. This panel brings together leading experts to explore how Cardano, with its strong Japanese roots, is poised to drive global blockchain adoption. We'll discuss how Cardano's Midnight sidechain is redefining privacy, why crypto-native banks built on Cardano are positioned to succeed where traditional finance has failed, and how real-world assets, also known as RWAs, tokenization can unlock the next era of decentralized finance. Phil, you had a great keynote at CoinFest just a few days ago, touching on RWAs and the future of decentralized finance and finance in general. And as I just mentioned, Japan's played a long, special role in Cardano's story. With this new JPY-pegged stablecoin coming in 2025, although not built on Cardano, what is this signal for the global adoption of compliant digital assets and how Cardano can position itself further?
Thanks for the question. It's a pleasure to be here. I think if you take a step back, RWA, in my view, is a $450 trillion opportunity. And I mean trillions. It is absolutely the narrative that will save crypto, in my view. But the precursor to that is, and has been, stablecoins. It's the #1 product market fit that you see in this space. And much like TradFi and much like the real world, you just don't have US dollar. You have Japanese yen, you have pound sterling, you have euro, you have Swiss franc. And I think that's essential as well in crypto. And so the Japanese yen stablecoin is an absolute requirement for crypto to really go mainstream and really bring on a lot of the major institutional investors, which we need. But I think it also is an easier way for retail investors to really start utilizing crypto in a everyday setting.
Yes, I've been long awaiting the day I can tap my phone and actually pay on chain. Adam, I know you have a lot of focus from the investment side. What are your thoughts on stablecoins being a heavy focus this cycle?
Oh, I mean, it's the #1 use case. As Phil said, it's the fastest adoption for any crypto product. I think in today's world, to be able to send value in almost instant speed is imperative. Sending value from the US to emerging markets like Latin America, from Europe to India, Pakistan, this remittance play is huge, and having a stable coin is a core component of that. Here in Japan, seeing a regulatory framework is great. It's moving from very slow adoption to maybe rapid adoption once that framework comes into place. And I think this is an exciting time to be here in Japan, and for the Cardano ecosystem, which has its home here in birthplace here in Japan. I think this is a great opportunity.
Absolutely, yeah. As an investor, it's been amazing to see every year more and more stablecoin projects joining, whether it's USDA or Moneta. And hopefully we'll see some coming to midnight, which leads me to a question here for Sebastian. If everyone's not aware, the Midnight Glacier airdrop is live. So go to the official Midnight site. You can claim off 8 different major L1 chains if you have holdings in your wallet.
How many have been claimed so far? We're over 1 billion, right?
Yeah, I don't have the latest stats, but we have quite a lot of users across multiple different blockchains.
In Midnight's, the importance of Midnight is really surrounding privacy. So with Midnight as a sidechain, pioneering blockchain privacy, giving users control over what data they share while staying compliant, I personally am very bullish for Midnight's use case in the medical record industry. Why is this middle ground between full transparency and full privacy so critical for the future of Web3?
Yeah, of course, there's always the payment side of things, which is like, for example, if you're sending stable coins, a lot of people are hesitant to send their entire financial history just to be able to send stable coins to somebody else. So I think although there's some interest in the payment side, I think it's very interesting for regulated applications where for a lot of times for government regulatory purposes, you actually need privacy. So for example, if you have health records, you legally cannot just dump the health records onto the blockchain, right? You need to be able to do some kind of private computation, and a lot of real-world asset use cases require some kind of privacy element. And so I really think that some of the technology we're building at Midnight will really help unlock these use cases. But a lot of this, like the disclosure, is not necessarily just about only revealing stuff, for example, to the government or to the company that will help for real-world assets. It's also a lot about trying to help with scalability, which is that if you don't need to reveal something, you can not have it be on the blockchain. And this kind of power helps a lot with scalability because it means that you only ever have to reveal information when it's actually required. And so you can have these kinds of use cases, for example, with like carbon credit, where you would need to, for example, aggregate information about all your sales for the day to keep track of like your credit output for your company. You don't need to settle every single transaction on the blockchain to do that. You can have an aggregate proof of a day's worth settled instead. So this kind of scalability benefit is also massive, in my opinion.
And I know you've spent much of your life and career living in Japan. So from the Japanese perspective of use cases, do you have something on your eyes that you think would be a great use case for Midnight specifically?
Yeah, I think Japan has always been very enterprise focused in its use of blockchain, and especially with stablecoins, that'll kind of smooth over a lot. And so I'm hoping that we can get a lot of these companies to consider Midnight, because I think for a lot of their privacy use cases,
we're kind of the main blockchain that they can support. But also, I think Japan has always had an eye on consumer applications, and they're never really taken off here. But a lot of companies are keeping an eye on the market, trying to figure out what they can do. And so I think there's probably going to be a lot of opportunities to unlock stuff in that kind of market as well, especially because in my personal experience, a lot of people here are sometimes a bit hesitant to reveal how much of a fan they are of a specific IP. And so some of the technologies we're building at Midnight can help a lot grow these kinds of fandoms and help people keep their professional lives separate from their personal interests.
Yeah, these see the posts your friends like on Instagram is, I think, over transparency as a new feature that I've recently realized and taken a look at. You get to see what your friends are interested in. Perhaps there's a little bit more flexibility, yeah, or where they are, who their mom is. So we've touched on stables a lot, and the banking industry certainly has their eyes on crypto with stables as a focus, but TradFi's struggled to innovate into this new crypto era thus far. It's been a very slowly but hopefully surely process. Now we're seeing crypto banks step up to fill those gaps. How does Cardano's design choices, from governance to scalability, make an ideal foundation for next generation financial infrastructure, Phil?
Look, I think it's an inevitability that large financial institutions enter this space, right? So you see BlackRock, you see Invesco, Franklin Templeton, Nomura, all of these firms, when they decide to enter a space, they enter be number one, number two, number three. They're not here to just experiment anymore. So they'll be choosing which chains matter to them, which chains suit their purposes. And I think one of the most exciting things is having Midnight with selective disclosure and information abstraction and yet still be compliant is a real game changer. And that builds seamlessly on Cardano. And if you ask yourself, and I always ask myself this, tell me a chain that's been around for more than 2 cycles with a market cap north of 10 billion that has never turned off, never been hacked. There are probably 1, maybe 2, and one of those is Cardano. So the approach that we've always taken, I'm new to the ecosystem, but the approach that historically we've taken is to be very research focused, very data driven, with a focus on scalability, with a focus on institutional adoption. So it's a natural choice. We just need to do a little bit better job of marketing it and making it available. And I think Midnight is the catalyst for that to come together.
And just one point on that, it's the scalability, the predictability of cost. And most people, they're not thinking about Cardano. That's why we're sitting here today talking about Cardano, where Japan is a major home and audience for adoption. So it's exciting to be able to be here in front of everyone and telling them about the abilities of Cardano, Midnight, the next generation blockchain. So I think that's important to kind of highlight that.
Google it, folks, on how secure Cardano is in its downtime. It is the reality, and not many chains live up to that level of stability. I would say that makes for great financial products. Retail and investors can get over getting their wallet drained sometimes, right? Banks, that's not even an option that's on the table. These are mission critical systems that run our society, right? So, Phil, what financial products are you most excited for that currently exist on Cardano or are on their way?
I think if you zoom out and you think of that $450 trillion opportunity, you start at the top of the liquidity stack and move your way all the way through and all the way down to the, let's say, the more illiquid. So what you're seeing now is you need stables, USDA, USDM, those are starting to gain traction in our ecosystem. You're going to next start seeing tokenized treasuries, very liquid, very simple, very easily understood products. And then as you move down, you're looking at other products where there's a larger margin, larger opportunity, larger profitability, which is what's going to drive institutions in. You're looking at tokenized gold, tokenized commodities, all the way through to private credit. And so for Emergo, which is one of the founding entities, our area of focus right now is really to be around the assets that are a little bit tougher to figure out and are not yet fully competed. And so I think a lot about private credit, I think a lot about real estate, I think a lot about some of the harder commodities out there and physical delivery. So that's where I think, again, Cardano is very well suited and would be an ideal choice, provided we do get more liquidity into the ecosystem. That's probably one of our biggest challenges.
Yeah, I've personally seen a lot of great connections made at my conference, Rare Evo. We're multi-chain and bring a lot of ETH DeFi heads. And when they walk up to a Cardano booth, whether it's a dev shop or a DEX or some sort of other financial product, the amount of agreement, in person as opposed to the chatter online, really you can see the positivity, you can see people seeing the potential. And so year after year, as we go to these more multi-chain, cross-chain focused events, such as WebX here and now, I think that trust gets built and the information flow obviously accelerates. So between seeing folks like Sam from Frax have interest in Cardano with the current proposal with Catalyst, seeing folks from, like, let's say, a lending team like Alchemix start to be eager to build on Cardano. We've had some of these conversations. I think we can learn a lot from teams that have been building on other chains and that have had a little bit more liquidity. And I think Cardano, the culture that we have, what people appreciate, and just the general ecosystem that's been, like, ever since I joined a half decade ago, still thriving to this day. I think we're going to see some collaborations in 2025 and 2026 in the DeFi space in a major way.
And bringing Bitcoin DeFi to Cardano. Can't forget about that.
Absolutely. A lot of teams with their eyes on Bitcoin DeFi here. Sebastian, the tokenization of RWAs like private credit is one of the fastest growing opportunities in crypto. How are we positioned to go into that space?
Yeah, obviously we are working with a lot of partners on the Midnight side, some of which are going to be announced. So we're trying to onboard a lot of these partners into the ecosystem. Now, one of the important things is that Midnight, as you might know, runs as a Cardano native token. So the Night token lives on the Cardano side. And so a lot of the partnerships we're setting up are not just for Midnight, but rather for all Cardano native tokens and Cardano in general. So we're working a lot to onboard a lot of these institutions, entities. For example, Copper, I think, was recently announced as a custodian, which helps onboard a lot of entities that need a custodian to work with into both the Midnight and the Cardano ecosystem. So we have a lot of good stuff coming up to kind of set the groundwork, not just for Midnight, but for all of Cardano.
I took a look at the Copper list and determined if any of my custodial holdings could potentially be eligible. So we're going to wrap up with some questions here for Adam on venture capital and digital asset treasuries as we see get more and more popular. How are institutional investors approaching ventures within Midnight and the broader Cardano ecosystem?
Yeah, great question. So from the Midnight side, as we're launching a new blockchain, a new partner chain of Cardano, we're bringing in a whole new world of investors that may have not had access or be familiar with all the great things going on with Cardano. So it's about getting the awareness out. That's why we're a sponsor here at DNA House. We're at every conference talking to everyone here about all the great things that Midnight can do. Lots of investors are always in the room, and they're coming up to us after every event saying, oh, I wasn't aware of what's going on in Midnight, and say, come and participate in the ecosystem. There's a lot of great projects that want to build on Midnight, want to bring those investors here to invest in those great projects. On the Cardano side, we of course have Catalyst, which is providing thousands of grants to projects that want to learn more about Cardano, build on Cardano. So that support's always been there, and I think kind of future state is bringing in potentially an ecosystem fund. That would be amazing to get some support from the community and bring in other outside managers to bring capital there.
Yes, from like a VC standpoint, we have the treasury at this point, more so like a grant ecosystem.
Correct.
Having a VC where there is more incentive for a return is definitely appealing. How do you think we go about
I think there's several ways to do that, right? It could be a community-driven approach, right? Everyone's an ADA holder can vote and put together proposals and come together as an ecosystem and say we want this, and then the community decides how those funds would be distributed and who would be the ultimate asset manager. It could be the founding entities putting together a proposal. There's many different ways to kind of go about that, or even an outside venture firm can come in and put in a proposal actually to the treasury themselves and say, we want an allocation of ADA to invest in the ecosystem. So I think there's several ways to go about that.
If I could add, I think one of the greatest strengths of Cardano, as I see it as a relative newcomer, is the absolute strength and passion of the community. It is unlike any other layer one out there. The passion sometimes is viewed as a challenge, but I believe over time that level of maturity of the community is going to evolve. And I think it's what is attracting the institutional players to us, because there's no other chain that has the rigor that we have, the community passion and commitment that we have, particularly in Japan, and also a governance structure that is very democratic and egalitarian. So it's not controlled by a very small number of people, contrary to popular belief. It can change, and it will change over time. And so I think the things that Adam is talking about and the things that Sebastian is really, with Midnight, catalyzed and brought interest back into our ecosystem is really putting us in the spotlight. And I think you're going to see a lot of really exciting things happen in the next, coming weeks, coming months that are just going to surprise you on the upside. And so, I'd say keep an eye out.
I'll definitely be keeping my eye out. I think back to the VC side, it has been very active this year in comparison to the past. We've had Draper University utilize Project Catalyst to bring on builders and shape them as builders, as well as give them funding, not only for participating in the cohort, getting there and beyond, but also to continue to fuel their projects. I think we also had Techstars. So things are bubbling within the VC community, and I've heard nothing but positive from those teams that participated, and that came from ultimately the Treasury. Now that the Treasury is open, I think there's a great opportunity for vendors, whether you're marketing, PR, a dev shop, to take a look at Cardano governance and the power within. It's not a board approval to get funding. It is truly the community. It's a decentralized Senate or Congress. It's completely fascinating. Rare Network took part and joined forces with the Emergo and Cardano Foundation to launch the first unified global event strategy. So just through that process now, Cardano is going to get totally amplified across the globe, worldwide, and be able to better compete with other peer layer ones. So I've just found that to be one of the major positives of 2025 that we've yet to see in the past, or at least at that level of execution. Got one more for you, Adam. With MicroStrategy's success and the rise on non-Bitcoin digital asset treasuries, can Cardano position itself as a leading contender?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's due for one to actually happen, right? Cardano is one of the top 10 tokens by market cap. You've seen Solana, lots of ETH, BNB, obviously lots of Bitcoin. We haven't seen a Cardano DAT. I think it's time for one to come to market. It will be exciting when it does. I think with the huge amount of retail holders, it's very exciting to be able to bring in institutional capital where it's often lacked, and long-term holders to Cardano. I think it would be exciting to see one. I know Phil and I would love to see one from the ecosystem perspective, to have institutional holders, long-term holders that are going to continue to buy and hold ADA, do wonders. And there's also, of course, rumors about an ETF coming. So I think there's a lot of exciting things on the horizon from Cardano from an institutional perspective that historically has not been there. I don't know, Phil, if you have any thoughts on that?
No, to be frank, I concur. The DATs that are out there, Cardano's missing. So I have no doubt in my mind it's coming soon. And I would think it's long overdue in a sense, right? So I think it's a real opportunity for those who are long-term ADA holders to participate in a different way, and also to potentially yield in a different way. So I think just keep your eyes out, keep your eyes on the news ticker. There's going to be announcements coming soon. Cardano is hot right now. We are absolutely, moving forward. If you zoom out and just ask yourself a simple question, there's 1.7 billion ADA in our treasury. That's over $1 billion. And unlike every other chain, it is transparent. You can submit an application. You know who the voters are. You know who the influencers are. You can convince them, persuade them, cajole them why your project matters. That doesn't exist on any of the other top 10 chains. And all of those, you need to know someone. And it's very opaque. And so I think it's time to give Cardano another look. Absolutely.
And for our final quick hit of a question, if we fast forward 5 years, what does success look like for Cardano? Driving privacy, stable coins, crypto banking, and RWA adoption. Sebastian, we'll go to you. Maybe just one word that comes to mind. Or two.
Yeah, I think we've always been strong on research and pioneering. I think now we're going to be hopefully leading on adoption. So I think it's a new Cardano. That's the main thing we're leading on.
Adam?
100% adoption and execution of Cardano and Midnight, right? It's the next generation, and I think it's selective disclosure is where we are in the market and where we need to be going forward.
And Phil, final thoughts?
I think one word comes to mind, winning. Cardano is going to be winning in the next frankly, the next 3 to 6 months, let alone the next 3 to 5 years. We're going to be winning, and we're going to be winning a lot. A lot.
Love the sound of that. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks, everyone, for spending your time with us today, and have a great rest of your WebX. Cheers.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
In Web3 space. So please give a round of applause to Taehi, who's going to be a moderator, Sarah from Al Japan, Stroll from Monkey DAO, and Abby Wong from Story Protocol, or Story Foundation. So speakers, please take seats. Taehi, you can have this mic. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tae from 071 Labs. We are a venture studio incubator based in Korea. Now I'm here with Sarah Gusto from AWW, Stroll from Monk DAO.
Hello, Jian.
Yeah, and Abby from Story Foundation. Let's go over one by one. Just a brief intro. What do you do at your company or projects? And then we'll start with questions.
I'll start. My name is Sarah Justo. I'm from a company called All Inc. We have Asia's #1 virtual human company. And our virtual human, our most famous one is a pink-haired girl called Ima. And she emceed for the World Expo this year. She has won Forbes Woman of the Year. We did a TED Talk with her, and she's worked with brands from Coach, Amazon, IKEA, Sony, you name it. We've done over 300 company branded partnerships, and she doesn't exist. So that's what we're doing. And we built a new virtual human called Mirai on chain. And yeah, excited to speak.
GM, everyone. My name is Stroll, and I'm the executive member of Monkey DAO. Monkey DAO is a Web 3.0 country club, and it comes from an NFT project called Solana Monkey Business. We have 2 generations, Gen 2 and Gen 3, and we're mostly focused on in real life activation, and we are a community of builders, founders, artists, and developers of the Solana ecosystem, and we literally are the house of the main people and leaders from there.
Hey guys, I'm Abby from Story Foundation. So I lead up the Chinese market with Story. So Story is a AI native infrastructure focusing on IP, intellectual property. We are looking to unlock the 80 trillion intellectual property assets globally. So actually we are EVM compatible layer 1 infrastructure. Yeah, so we're focusing on unlocking the IP from distribution, monetization, as well as protection side of things. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for everyone being here. Want to start our first question with Sarah. So you mentioned you're building a virtual human on Web 2 and Web 3 space. Obviously, there's a unique aspect of a Web 3. What shapes Web 3? What are the main economics, the value set? What brings people together? It's that's what makes Web 3 unique. Can you tell me more about what was the approach to make Web 3 AI human that's different from the Web 2 human?
I mean, we were trying to revolutionize how people create IP and characters, and we've already done that in the Web 2 space by using not movies, not games, but using social media to tell these character stories. So before, like Disney would create a movie after 2 years, and that would be the main IP. We've created virtual humans on social media that tells a story every day by posting, posts and reels and stuff like that. And we wanted to revolutionize creation more, since that virtual human, the Ima girl that's in the Web 2, that was still created by our small production team in Tokyo. We've always wondered, what if everyone in the world could pitch in to create a character together? And that's kind of where we've always been fascinated by Web 3 and tokenizing IP creation or ownership. So that's when we had our first Penguin Mirai come out, where we did a pre-sale. And so that was kind of like a crowdfunding to create this new virtual human character that everyone could be part of, So, yeah.
I see. So if you have to shape let's say, so Ima and the Mira, how much Web3 users or the people that are holding tokens can have opinions about what shapes the Web3 virtual humans, and what kind of a culture you have there that incentivize people to be more committing to this, shaping this AI human?
Our top token holders have a VIP chat where they tell us feedbacks and just tell us, we share with them work in progress things, and they're kind of like in a not in a physical meeting space, but in an online meeting space. We're kind of looking at this character and see what we can do better together. And also we're trying to create a system where, if you own the token and if you participate in, for example, like UGC contents, like to promote the character, let's say you make like clips of the character that go viral, then you get tokens back for doing that. So we're trying to create a community of like, how can we create this virtual influencer together with the community, even if you're not the top holders either. Yeah.
I see. So it's the economic size that where people are incentivized to, put their efforts to shape what the AI models, the human models more interesting. Very cool. Next question to Stroll. So Monk DAO was the first Solana community-based, NFT-based community. Can you tell me about this Web3 efforts that you guys been doing? Obviously, there aren't that many active NFT communities around, but it seems that you guys are still very active when it comes to, defining values, and people are still actively, making efforts to make community more relevant and alive. Can you tell me more about what Web3 means to the Monk DAO, and what are the new initiatives that you guys were doing?
I think more than NFT holders, I like them to call them my friends, because we are more than an NFT project. We are a community. We are a Web 3.0 country club. Is where people from like different background, cultural, age, they come together once in a while when we organize events. For example, one of the many perks that you get by joining Monkey DAO, and this is one of my favorite parts, is that we have 28 local chapters around the world, and basically anywhere anywhere in the world, there is gonna be like a monkey point where monthly we organize meetups where people from the community can meet together, that they can spend time together, or as well they can like build products together, which is I think has been like one of the #1 goal of Monkey DAO, and which is why now we are launching our Monkey DAO incubator, because we want builders from any type of ecosystem to come together, build the next future of Web3 and crypto. And going back about local chapters, anywhere in the world, our community member can join these events, and they can from Los Angeles to New York to Europe to Asia in Tokyo. For example, the one that we have here in Japan, we in less than 6 months we went from 5 members to like 70 members. They can join, create, and now the Japan one, our member won like 4 tracks on the Solana Colosseum Hackathon, which is a good success for us as well from the Solana ecosystem. So it's Monkey DAO is not just about NFT, but it's community, friends, and people getting together to do something good for the ecosystem.
I see. Correct me if I'm wrong, but how is Monk DAO different from Pudgy Penguin or Bored Ape or other NFT-based community?
I think compared with NFT-based community, is that we are literally like a community of people, of builders and friends and developers. Pudgy Penguins, Bored Ape is more like a digital asset, like something that people buy to then speculate that hopefully that the price increase. As well, Monkey DAO is like this, but I think Monkey DAO always go beyond the floor price. It goes beyond like the people and the community. It's like in the history of like Solana ecosystem, but as well on crypto, we are so like connected. That doesn't matter. Of course, like the price is always important, but for us, it's more important even the people that join our community. This is what we are working on, and this is like our #1 goal, to make sure that the biggest and the leaders of crypto, but as well anyone who wants to join, who wants to learn, are part of our community, and they grow together with us.
I see. Very cool. I think running a community, NFT community on Solana definitely has a lot of values. I think Luca from Project Penguin briefly mentioned that how everyone on the Solana ecosystem, especially NFT community, they're very cooperative when it comes to sharing resources, giving a lot of pushes, doing business development, and everyone's being resourceful. So glad to hear that.
Yes, because we leverage our community to partner with any project that wants to partner with us. We are always open to collab. We've done so many real life events. Probably so far, since January, we organized more than 70, 80 in real life events. And our number one goal is to partner with as many people as possible, because we want to give them our marketing tools to grow together.
Yeah, I think NFT community definitely has the intrinsic value, not just monetary, but also what brings people together, and then share the same goals and cultures. Let's go to Abby on Story Foundation. Obviously, Story Foundation was started to create new economic models to incentivize IP builders to bring together open source and giving them the right tools, economic benefits, so that people can be more cooperative or collaborative. Can you describe some of the cultures at Story Foundation? I guess you're supporting a lot of DApps, IP creators. What brings them to Story Foundations, and how would you describe the culture at Story Foundation?
Yeah, thank you, Taki, for the question. This is a very great one. So I guess how Story is different from the other general purpose layer 1 is, layer 1 or layer 2 is we are actually focusing on IP. And when you talk about IP, it's such a big name, right? So your data is your IP. All the animes are IPs, all different movies are IPs. But in traditional setting, it's very, very difficult for not only long tail creators, but also the blue chip creators to monetize it. And normally it will take very, very long. And a lot of times, most of the resources are concentrated in the hands of labels, for example, publishers. So for us, we are trying to leverage the essence of Web3, which is decentralization, right? So, and also we can allow the openness of, I guess, royalty distributions. So like I mentioned before, we are focusing on 3 main aspects. Licensing, protection, and distribution. Licensing meaning that we have a very comprehensive infrastructure building day one. It's very easy for developers or creators to plug in and actually can, all these, their IPs can be registered on-chain directly. And with that, they can even allow the remixing feature, which means whether they want other people to be creative with their IPs to create any derivatives or doing any financial instruments with these kind of IPs, or they want it to to use it as a public good, for example. They don't want to be taxed on the IP. They want everybody to come and play with their IPs. Yeah, so we, I guess for our ecosystem in particular, we do have different sorts of projects working on different aspects of IPs. For example, we have incubated a project called Poseidon AI. So they are focusing on matchmaking the supply and demand side for personal data within Depends. And we do have other projects that are focusing on IP RWAs. For example, there's this project called ARIA Protocol. They are very good friends with a lot of the K-pop as well as Billboard publishers. Right, so a lot of these traditional music funds, they actually hold a lot of IPs. But the thing with these music IPs is it's very difficult, first, to monetize, second, to actually get steady income from it. But this can all be solved with RWAs, right? So, so for this particular, I guess, trust fund, they don't have to be only fundraising in the US. If you bring that on-chain, you can actually do crowdsourcing, crowdfunding all around the globe if KYC permits. Yeah, we do also with some other projects that are focusing on, let's say, movies, trying to bring Hollywood IPs on chain. Yeah, so these are some of the very interesting examples we are exploring. Yeah, so within the help of both IP, AI, as well as RWA stuff. Yeah, thank you.
Great. I have a last question for all of you guys. So I think what makes WebX, Web3 more unique is that you're adding a personal touch, customization on the top of technology, right? So the smart contract, blocks, all these are very good ways to make people be more relevant to the current society. But still, it's the human personal contact where you meet people from the global conferences, how you develop a relationship, ended up building a unique products. That's what actually brings people together. Let's share one, if you have one. I want you to share like one experience where you, when you work in a Web3 space, you have a very personal relationship with someone. And then how this, what I'm trying to say is technology is not always what brings people together. It's the personal contact. It's a personal unique relationship that brings together. Have you had this moment where you feel that the person that you're talking to is a right partner to build a product together and then want to scale the business together? And just curious whether you have that kind of experiences at conferences.
Definitely. The reason why we kind of jumped into blockchain was because Luca called me up, and I actually went to his office in Miami, the Pudgy Penguins office, and I was introducing my project to him, and then 2 weeks later he calls me. He's like, "Why don't you make an AI agent on chain?" And that's kind of where everything started, where someone who I could consult in was advising me to do something like that, and then he connected me later to Hologram Labs, which is a creator of Ava, to be kind of our Web3 partner in venturing out to that world. So definitely, I think humans, we're all real and we're existing, and I feel like visiting places and speaking to people in real life, and also meeting the Hologram Labs, people months after we launched the project in person is way more memorable than months of Telegram texting. So yeah, I hope Web3 projects get to do more physical, gatherings together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how one person can be inspired or start an idea, and then eventually something gradually comes to a final product, and then that impacts a lot of people. Yeah.
For my personal experience, is like my crypto Web3 experience started with actually MonkeyDAO, because 4 years ago I started like trading by NFTs. I started with only 2 Solana, and my goal was like buying like a Gen 2 monkey, which was like I was obsessed, and like I was like keeping trading and buying to get my Gen 2 monkey and have access to this network of like people from like crypto and Solana ecosystem. So when I arrived at 140 Sol at that time, I had only one thing to do, so go on the SMB marketplace, click and buy the NFT, and from there my Web3 story completely changed. I started going to in real life events. One of the first in real life events crypto that I went was Solana Miami in 2022, and there I was able to meet Nom, which is one of the lead contributor of Bonk, and there I start like helping MonkeyDAO. I met a lot of people. I start being in charge of operation and in real life events. And a few months after, I met the lead executive of MonkeyDAO, which is also the co-founder of MonkeyDAO, which is Jamie. And together we decide to work very close with as well our team and bring the MonkeyDAO experience to a next level. And right now I think we are doing a pretty good job, because we operating in we are a very small team, but we operating in very different sectors, from like in real life events to governance to IP to investing to like literally a lot of things. And without Nom and Jamie, I would probably will not be sitting here today. I would be doing something else, mostly Web2. But it's a big thank to them that I'm part of it's because of Monkey DAO that I'm like here today and helping other people to be onboarded into our journey.
Yeah, I think it's quite common that what brought people to the industry is the economic incentive, but you ended up finding people that are similar and building the culture together and building a quality product. So that's a very cool story.
And if I can add one last thing, is that you don't know, like you talk with people for months and years on Discord, on Telegram, but you don't know them. Like you never meet them. Most of the time, you don't even know how they look like. But like as soon as you met them in real life, you look like your brothers. You met like forever. And I think this is like one of the most incredible things about Web3.
Yeah, very cool. How about you, Abby?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to work within the Web3 space. It's so different from any other job in the world. You never get bored. One is because the volatility of the market, right? So one token can pump 1,000% and dump 1,000% at the same time. Another thing is you are able to meet so many different people all around the globe. You could not even imagine how many people you are able to meet in traditional setting. Like in the morning, I'm able to talk to the people in the States. Like in the afternoon, people talk to people in Asia and in Dubai, and now maybe Europe. So crypto runs 24/7, and it's very impressive to see. I guess everybody can just build their trust, right, so easily when you just have the one Zoom call with each other, right? So you don't bullshit. You just key straight to the point. Okay, how can we help each other out to grow the business together? Yeah. I'm so glad that Sarah, you brought Pudgy Penguin because I'm a diehard Pengu fan. I have a lot of like big and little Pudgies. So I always love to attend the real life event of Pudgy Penguins because everybody, they are so lovable. They are like really able to connect with you. For example, I went to a few different events in Singapore. I'm very good friend with Shaw, the APAC lead. Yeah, so he always asks, okay, how can I help you to grow your business? Okay, Abby, seems like you switched job from this company to that company. How can we do something with Pudgy? I'm able to introduce so many friends, right? So going back to the Monkey DAO, it's also, Pudgy is also like a community, close-tied community. I think essentially you are not just selling a JPEG picture, you are selling the connections or the community. So this is very important in Web3, like the connections are very invaluable. Even for like BDs, they may move around within locations or like within projects, but this connection is always there, yeah.
Yeah, I think Web3 really empowers individuals to be best at what they're good at, and it's a very unique environment where, regardless of gender, nationality, it's a cooperative environment where you can find the right partners and build a meaningful outcome. Well, I think the time's up. Well, thank you everyone for the panels, and it was great to have you guys.
Thank you for moderating.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves.
Who wants to hear about BitTensor? You guys want to hear about BitTensor? Come on. This is probably my favorite talk of the day. Has anybody spent time looking at BitTensor? Anybody over here? Yeah? We got some BitTensor fans over there. If you haven't heard about BitTensor and you're curious about BitTensor, you should come watch this. So, earlier this year, DNA decided to become a big supporter of the BitTensor ecosystem. We did that through becoming a big miner on some of the subnets inside of BitTensor. We have allocated millions and millions of dollars towards the BitTensor ecosystem and different subnets on that ecosystem. And the team that you're going to hear from today has put together some incredible research on BitTensor itself to explain to you what does BitTensor do and how does it work. So I think this will be a fantastic education around the BitTensor ecosystem. So guys, have at it.
Hello.
Woo! BitTensor! Yay! Okay, it works now. Sweet. Everyone come take a seat. Very interesting presentation coming up.
Yes.
Me, Drew Manley, Jack Slosher over there, Axel, Shantam, and Jacob have spent the last 10 weeks researching BitTensor. We've put together 6 or 7 research decks for you all to be viewing later. And we've put together this generalized presentation about BitTensor in general. So show of hands, who thinks they know BitTensor? All right, all your hands are going to be up after this presentation. So be excited. Let's go. Jack, take it away.
All right, well, we're going to try and explain BitTensor in around 30 minutes, so let's not waste any time. Let's get right to it. We are living through the next great human revolution. I'm sure many of you have already seen your lives change quite a bit in just the past few years since the introduction of AI. It's one of those rare moments in our society's history where we're seeing a fundamental shift in the processes. The question is not, will this revolution happen, but rather, who will control it? But this revolution is still in its infancy. We can see to the right, the capabilities of AI have been continually increasing, while on the left, the cost of inference continually decreasing, both moving rapidly and showing no signs of slowing down. Nobody can say for certain the limit to which this technology is capable of. By the numbers, we see Bloomberg estimate an unreal 42% annual growth rate, absolutely dwarfing that of the US market. We see the UN expected to quadruple its share of the frontier tech market by 2033. Over 90% of executives have intended to increase expenditure on AI within just 3 years. And reputable estimates consistently evaluating the AI market at several $1 trillion by 2030. But to truly understand the AI market, it's important to understand the players at the top. And right now, this mostly consists of centralized AI organizations, looking at Meta, OpenAI, and Google. They're centralized, meaning they have control over the data, the decision-making, and all the processes that go into creation of these models. And while they may have been the first to conquer the AI space, there are some inherent drawbacks to their centralized nature that may cripple them in the future of this revolution. All right. They control most of the profits right now, which makes meaningful competition for individuals nearly impossible. They lack transparency. They store user data. They have the ability to restrict users. Their incentives often are very profit-driven, which don't incentivize experimental updates. They have central failure points causing frequent outages and an increase in model bias. And now we're going to talk about BitTensor. All right. Since the dawn of humanity, we've seen competition be a driving force behind innovation. We've seen capitalist systems bring us from the invention of the light bulb to the invention of the internet within 1 century. BitTensor runs on that same principle, that competition breeds innovation. The core function of BitTensor lies within its ability to dynamically reward contributors based on the quality of their contributions. They believe that if you contribute more than your peers, you should be rewarded that much more. BitTensor is a decentralized, open source, and permissionless marketplace for AI-related commodities driven through incentivized competition. Decentralized, meaning it's owned and operated by a network rather than a single profit-driven entity. This allows that network and the broader community to be that focal point served. It's open source, meaning all work is publicly available on BitTensor, which is extremely powerful for innovation, allowing users to build and borrow from each other. It's permissionless, meaning anyone worldwide can log onto the network and contribute, which is also extremely important, as it's a core belief of BitTensor that the quality of one's contribution comes first. The architects of BitTensor imagined it not to fill a niche, but to be the forefront, at the frontier of the AI revolution. They saw an absurd amount of compute power being essentially wasted on self-serving blockchains, and imagined a world where participating on a blockchain meant solving the world's problems. Now, this is all possible through one of BitTensor's core innovations, which is human consensus. Oftentimes with AI, we see the quality of work is very subjective and hard to quantify. So when you want to reward the quality, it's important to have a way to quantify that. And human consensus allows that. It works by having a network of evaluators called validators, which individually assess the quality of all work submitted to the network. Now, these evaluations are all sent to BitTensor, where it algorithmically breaks down the quality of work based on an assessed algorithm of those evaluations. Then it dynamically rewards those contributions based on that assessed quality. It unlocks the true power of decentralized competition. Now we can see how BitTensor addresses those pitfalls from earlier. On BitTensor, profits are distributed according to the quality of contribution across the entire network. It's fully transparent and publicly available. It has no central repository of data, and thus no risk of user data being stored and sold. It's complete permissionless, meaning anyone can log onto the network and participate. Its subnet system allows for more experimental innovations. It has no central points and thus no risk of outages, and a decrease in model bias. But to truly understand how BitTensor works, it's important to understand the native token, Tau. Now, on-chain, every interaction, whether it be fees, staking, emission, delegation, starts and ends with Tau. It's important for emissions, which is that distribution of rewards based on that assessed quality contribution. It's important for staking, which allows participants on the network to share in the growth of the network or individual subnets. It's important for governance, as the top staked Tau accounts are the ones that get to decide and vote on the future of the BitTensor ecosystem. And now we're going to talk about subnets. So subnets take that competitive framework and align it towards solving a specific problem. So these problems can be anything from finding the most profitable trading signals to better developing an AI model. And their goal is to create an ecosystem where peers compete to contribute better towards solving that problem for a larger share of rewards. Now, this consists of three main roles, being miners, validators, and owners. Now, each subnet varies their processes based on what they hope to achieve and the problems they hope to solve. As a basic workflow, this consists of the owners creating the architecture and setting the incentives of what they want to achieve. Miners and validators then registering to that subnet. Miners submitting work to that subnet based on what they hope to incentivize. Validators independently assessing the quality of all that work submitted to the subnet. And Yuma consensus algorithmically identifying those top performers and rewarding them accordingly. Getting a little bit deeper into how these subnet economies work, it's important to understand alpha tokens, which were introduced back in February with the dynamic tau upgrade. Now, each subnet on BitTensor has their own alpha token, where you can see listed right here, although it might be a bit hard to read. And they have two main purposes, which are staking, where owners of tau are able to share in the growth of these subnets through staking their tau into that subnet's specific alpha token, and as emissions, which are those rewards paid out based on contribution. Those are paid out, those are distributed based on the subnet that the miner and validator are registered to. Similar to Bitcoin, both tau and alpha only have 21 million tokens that will ever be released. They also follow a Bitcoin-like halving cycle with roughly every 4 years expected halving. Right now, 1 tau is minted per block. After the halving, that will be 0.5, 0.25, and so forth, which happens around every 12 seconds for an average of 7,200 a day. These are distributed across the network, the subnets, based on the price of their specific alpha token. And the current split of emissions is 41% paid out to miners for contributing work, 41% to validators for evaluating that work, and 18% to the subnet owner. Now, there's plenty more to talk about with subnet economies that we can't get into today, but if you have any questions, me or any of my colleagues, we'd be happy to answer. And I'll pass it over to Drew for governance and beyond.
I'm back. Governance is obviously super important to talk about when we have a protocol like BitTensor that has essentially 128 companies inside of the network. And as I'm going to walk through this architecture, you'll notice that it does have a centralized base, and this is to provide stability to BitTensor in its young ages. And they have came out and talked about this and say they're going to go fully on-chain in their governance process in the future. So right now, it's a 3-person triumvirate, all appointed by members of the Open Tensor Foundation that are drafting these proposals to make changes within the BitTensor ecosystem. And they then send these proposals to the Senate, and the Senate is made of the 12 top stakers on the Tau network. Then they vote on this proposal. If it's anything less than 50%, this proposal gets sent in the trash or back to the triumvirate to revise. If it goes above 50%, it's then executed on the subtensor blockchain for transparency. And now the fun part, miners and validators. Jack talked a lot about it in his section. I'm going to try and break it down even further. And obviously, this is a super complex topic. So I'm going to do my best to explain it really quick in this 5-step process that we've broken up here. It starts step 1, registration, fairly simple. You just give your hardware specs, your general metadata. It then goes into task assignment. So a validator will receive any sort of task from a user, and then they will then point this task to a miner to complete whatever this task may be. And I'll break apart what these tasks will look like in the context of some subnets later on in the presentation. So this is going to sound a little bit weird right now, but for a proprietary trading network, a task could be, what's the expected movements of Ethereum in the next hour, let's say. Then another subnet for 4gen, it could be create a cow with a top hat. And it sounds funny right now, but it'll make sense later in the presentation. Just trust me on this one. And then getting into step 2, it's the off-chain computation. All of the miners' tasks are done off-chain on their own compute power. And now it gets a little hairy. Validator scoring and evaluation. Obviously, when it's this free market that BitTensor has created, there's going to be a lot of worries about bias, cheating the system, etc. And this is where the brilliance of BitTensor comes in. And so this mechanism, alongside Yuma consensus, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, is so brilliant. And I'm glad we don't have more time to talk about it because I couldn't really break down all the math that goes into this. But essentially, validators will score the miners on the accuracy to which they've intended to do whatever task that may be in the context of the subnet. And that's how the miners will get their emissions. But who is making sure the validators are being true to what they say? How are they not just rating the miners that they are with friends or maybe on their own compute in the other room higher than everybody else? They are also being held accountable. So let's say there's 10 validators, 9 of the 10 rates one miner at 0.8 out of 1, and 1 rates at 0.3. The person that rated at 0.3, their weight is going to go down in that how it like measures out for the emissions system. And then going into Yuma consensus, this is where the magic happens. Essentially, Yuma consensus is this brilliant consensus mechanism that essentially makes sure everyone is playing fair all at the same time. And so it takes what I just talked about, and it manages all the emissions to give out equally to the validators and to the miners in terms of how much they provided to the incentive mechanism of that individual subnet. And now, future outlook. So let's take a look at a little bit of the data so far regarding the BitTensor ecosystem. And obviously these numbers are awesome, but I think these numbers go a little bit further when we actually took a deeper dive into the BitTensor ecosystem. So we had the privilege of talking to a lot of founders of these individual subnets, as well as just going in these different discords and interacting with the people at BitTensor. And what we've discovered is that it's this super tight-knit community, and I would even call it a family, of people that are willing to hear each other out, all for the end goal of growing BitTensor to the moon. And this is what made me super bullish about the ecosystem and super excited for the future of it. And now the last part of the presentation, I promise, and also my favorite part is we get to talk about the actual subnets. So if you remember 20 minutes ago, Jack was talking about the next human revolution. And if you remember, that was the AI revolution. And we've made some general groupings of some subnets that are popular on the BitTensor network. And obviously this is not mutually exclusive. There are other subnets that fall into different groups. But data, inference, model training, and compute are all the biggest ones right now. And these are all going to be working together and doing well on their own. But data subnets are helping inference subnets are helping model training subnets, and et cetera, to all build this driving force to build this future of AI, like Jack was mentioning earlier. And now let's talk about some of our favorite subnets that are making real world impact. So let's talk about Gradients. So Gradients is essentially an AI decentralized training platform. You come to Gradients with your data, and then you can choose what kind of compute you would like to use to help train whatever it might be. And that's a super cool system, but what's even cooler is that it is 96% cheaper than model training versus Google, which is insane. It's just absolutely insane metric. The next one that I also love is TauHash. TauHash has revolutionized the way people are mining Bitcoin. Essentially, they've created this pool of compute where people can register on this subnet and give their compute to this pool. And the pool then takes all this compute and uses it to mine Bitcoin. And this is great for two ways. One, within a couple months of launching, it's already gassed a 1% market share of global Bitcoin hash rate, which seems low, but we all know that's millions of dollars in Bitcoin built up over time. But also significantly lowers the barrier of entry for people to mine Bitcoin. I cannot just go home on my PC and mine Bitcoin. It would take millions of years for me to ever get any return. But I can go on this subnet and I can donate my compute and I can get proportional rewards to what I've given to this pool. This is my personal favorite subnet for multiple reasons. One is we got to meet the founder, Ben James, super stand-up guy. But essentially they've created this software that I can type in any kind of text of any kind, and it will make a 3D model of whatever that text was in under a minute. And it's super cool. If you remember a couple of minutes ago, I had said the cow with the top hat thing. So I was able to make a cow with the top hat in a minute. It's super cool. We should have put one on the slide. It would have been awesome. And so in creating this software, they've almost accidentally created the largest public 3D asset library of models in the world right now, which is insane in a couple of months since it's founded. And the last one we're going to talk about today is Score. And there's so many other subnets we would love to talk about. Just for the crunch of time, these are the 4 ones we're going to talk about. So Score is essentially software, and I love this because I'm an athlete as well, is you can upload any data or any video you have from anywhere between middle school baseball to Premier League level football, and you will value all of this film, and it will tell you every single data benchmark that you could possibly wish for. So you could get some 14-year-old's batting average, and you could also get the top speed of a Premier League footballer. And it really encompasses everything that you could possibly need from the scouting perspective. And this is super cool in theory, but it's also cool because it's already being used by by massive football clubs around the world. And also, it's 99% cheaper than any other centralized athletic performance metric. And that's all that we had for you today. So thank you so much for listening. We'd love to chat more about anything BitTensor, so find us after, come chat. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Now, hopefully that was valuable for everybody. I think one thing that we've learned inside of BitTensor is when companies come to us now looking for money for starting their business, the first thing we say is, could we turn this into a BitTensor subnet? Could there be a subnet created around this company? And if it can that change how we fund this company, or if this company even needs any money? Could they generate their own rewards off of this, and could the community tell us if this was something that is worth investing into? So that's the venture model turns upside down inside of the BitTensor ecosystem. And when subnets launch, there's, unlike a pump.fund kind of thing where it starts low and it shoots up, it actually starts high and it comes down until it finds the market. So there's no way that people can get in early on these things. They have to wait until the market is at an opportune time to start buying the token. So it's a very interesting piece of this. But if you haven't looked at this, definitely should take a look at Tau and study the different subnets and how it's working. But now we're not going to keep you anymore. It's time to have some fun and socialize and join the cocktail party. So thank you for being with us today. Appreciate it. Thank you. One more.
I just want to say one thing. We have like almost 2,000 people watching us live on X. So can I ask you kindly to follow us on our social platforms, on Instagram, on X, on LinkedIn. We'll follow you back. This is how we create community outside of this room. As they say, take DNA House out of the house and into the social network. Thank you so much. Have a good time. Champagne is being served.
They said innovation had limits. They drew lines between worlds. We built the bridge past the speculation. While others debated, we were shaping it. This is more than an event. This is where capital evolves. Where visionaries, investors, and creators converge. This is the foundation of what comes next. And now, you're here. Every conversation, every connection led you to this moment. Welcome to DNA House Tokyo.
Touch, let me show you devotion. Let me light you up.